guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Most, but not all Republicans are on board with President Trump's big, beautiful bill. New York Congressman Mike Lawler on Fox explains his position on the budget.
I'm talking about the cop and the teacher who are struggling under the crushing weight of the highest tax burden in America and in New York. We can all agree Kathy Hochul is the worst governor in America. Nobody disputes that. We can all agree New York's cost of living is exorbitant. Okay. Nobody disputes that. Right. But I'm not going to sell out my constituents at the expense of getting a fair tax deal.
A Hawaiian Airlines flight from San Diego, California to Honolulu, Hawaii was grounded before takeoff after a passenger made a threat on board today. Hawaiian Airlines Flight 15 was supposed to take off this morning, but a passenger made a threat to the plane and the pilot did not take off. San Diego Harbor Police and the FBI responded. The plane was evacuated without any injuries. Court is adjourned for the day in the Sean Diddy Combs trial in New York City. Regina Ventura, the mother of Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie, testified today, along with a federal agent and a male exotic dancer. A tornado watch is being issued for eastern Kentucky. It comes just days after a tornado outbreak in the state killed 19 people. A tornado watch is also in place for northeast Tennessee, southwest Virginia, and western West Virginia until 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. Another watch is in place for parts of Arkansas, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi, and western Kentucky until 9 o'clock Eastern tonight. The NBA playoffs resume tonight. The Thunder will host the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Qatar's prime minister is rejecting notions of bribery by gifting a luxury jet to the United States of America.
During the Qatar Economic Forum, the prime minister said, quote, "I don't know why people consider it as bribery or Qatar trying to buy influence with this administration." And he added, quote, "We need to overcome this stereotype." The Boeing 747-8 was previously used by the Qatari royal family, and it is being donated to the Pentagon to serve as a stand-in for Air Force One. Qatar's prime minister described the gift as one done in full transparency and very legally. I'm Lisa Carton.
Former National Football League coach Bill Belichick is reportedly engaged to his 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson.
The New York Times reporting Hudson has told at least one person she's engaged to the 73-year-old. Belichick's relationship has been in the spotlight recently after Hudson interrupted an interview with CBS when Belichick was asked about how they met. Belichick taking over as head coach of the University of North Carolina's football program this season and won 6 Super Bowls with the New England Patriots. Hudson finished as second runner-up in the Miss Maine USA pageant earlier this month. I'm Jennifer Polsoni.
Chicago's Navy Pier is making its fireworks schedule public. The first fireworks display is set for this Saturday. The 10-minute show kicks off at 10 p.m. Chicago time. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty, I do have a sense that we've been here before. And just like that, we close out another day. I guess time stops for no one, as they say. Hi there, welcome aboard. Ready to roll into a Wednesday. Here we go. Midweek coming on. Hump Day, if you'd have it that way. 21st day of May. Here in 2025. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. At the moment, partly cloudy, 63 degrees outside the secret bunker. It looks like we may have another round, a few rumbles of thunder rolling through here. In the next couple of hours, a line dropping through central and southern Indiana, sweeping on over into western Ohio. As the case has been all week, it is yet another very active night weather-wise. Yeah, the difference this time around is most of the action is a bit further to the east. Yeah, the central states, finally a little bit of a break in the action. Have some strong thunderstorms rolling through northern Georgia, down into central portions of Alabama, several of which are actively tornado-warned cells, radar indicated there in north central Georgia. Here over the past hour or so, we've had tornado-warned cells. Rome, Georgia, just south of Dalton, Georgia. And some of those cells now, really moving at a fast pace, move into the east at like 50 miles per hour. So, in other words, regardless of tornadic activity, strong straight line winds, again, is going to be the case. And it's just this trend is going to continue as we kick things off with a look at our travelers' weather. Of course, a big travel weekend coming up here. I believe they're forecasting more travelers than we've seen in over 20 years for the Memorial Day weekend. But forecasters recommending for those that are going to be celebrating Memorial Day in the central and southern states, whether you're hitting the road early, if you're going to be traveling, or preparing for some outdoor activities at home over the extended weekend, going to have to pay attention, monitor for severe weather pretty much on a daily basis right through Memorial Day Monday. Of course, a severe weather outbreak responsible for nearly 300 reports of high winds, hail, and tornadoes since Monday alone remained active through the day, Tuesday, continuing tonight, and even continuing into Wednesday evening in some areas. That is prior to reloading later this week. And a large area of severe thunderstorms on into the night tonight, overlapping areas in the Ohio, Tennessee, and middle Mississippi valleys that were hit by deadly damaging storms. The overall threat and intensity is a bit lower compared to what we've seen the last couple of nights, but there is still a risk. Stretching from northeastern Texas once again, northward to Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, and down into the Carolinas and Georgia once again. More than 60 million people in that region will be at risk, stretching from London, Kentucky, which was hammered here a few days ago, Nashville and Memphis, Tennessee, Atlanta, Tupelo and Jackson, Mississippi, Huntsville to Birmingham, Alabama, then on into the Carolinas, Charlotte and Asheville, North Carolina, Roanoke, Virginia, Charleston, West Virginia. I mentioned that line dropping through Indiana, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Davenport, Iowa. Now, even if a city's not listed, any location within or near some of these moderate risk zones could experience severe weather. Obviously, with the repeated nature of some of these storms, Tuesday and prior days, the risk of flash flooding is more and more a significant concern for the middle part of the Mississippi Valley. We're talking a general 1 to 2 inches of rain from Tuesday to Tuesday night. Local areas may be up to 4 inches, adding to the drenching rain we saw over the past week. Storms losing some of that intensity, becoming sub-severe levels during the overnight hours tonight. Now, there may be enough warming in the southeast corner of the country during the afternoon Wednesday to allow these to rejuvenate to severe levels before some dry air sweeps in, ending the threat. There will be a separate pocket of severe weather further north on Wednesday afternoon and evening once again. Yeah, the area that may experience brief but potent thunderstorms will extend this time from eastern Ohio to parts of western Pennsylvania, Garrett County, Maryland, northwest Virginia. Yeah, a few tornadoes possible later this week. The cycle is just going to reset once again, this time back further west over the central states again. From Thursday afternoon to Thursday night, more storms forecast to erupt from portions of central and southern Texas, southern Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas. There's going to be a considerable amount of space between some of the thunderstorms, but some can become intense beyond typically gusty winds and downpours. Friday, the severe weather threat continues over portions of the southern plains, and it's going to expand a bit further to the north as well. Thunderstorms producing high winds, large hail, flash flooding, and a few tornadoes will extend from parts of the northwestern and north-central portions of Texas through much of central and western Oklahoma, on into western Kansas, and even into eastern Colorado. These storms are going to kind of creep slowly to the east, and as the weekend progresses, including southern portions of the Mississippi Valley and even the Gulf Coast during Saturday and Sunday. And they could continue into the southeastern states, even into Memorial Day itself. So I know a lot of folks are kind of tired of the weary weather conditions. And of course, as these storms build each day through the afternoon and evening hours, increasing in coverage, if you're unfamiliar with your surroundings, going to be traveling on the road or at the campgrounds, have a plan to take action should a severe storm strike your particular location. But tons of people, millions of people will be heading out to the parks, the campgrounds. The unofficial kickoff of summer is what it's described as. Of course, for folks in the Northeast, it's going to feel all but like the unofficial kickoff of summer. You're going to be thinking it's late winter, early fall, chilly, dreary, rainy conditions. Give you more on the Northeast coming up here. Meanwhile, hello to Philly Dan. Here comes the rain again, he says. Yes, indeed. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Hey, Mike, what day is it? You know the deal. It's not official till Horse Feathers makes it so. 844-844-3388. The number to dial in. Call that number if you want to be a part of the overnight drive. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. I reckon the AOC of the country are happy. Several convicts imprisoned for murder have escaped and are actually still on the loose. We've got 62 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Chance of a few light storms to the north of the secret bunker. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Maybe we'll hear from the two-time world champion manure hauler tonight. What do you think? What are the odds? Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Hammer down. All right, thank you so much. Rock Pick's been a while. We've checked in. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at Rochester International Airport, we've got a few clouds, chilly 48 degrees, but rolling into a happy hump day, all you hardworking Americans. It's good to be here with you after the midnight hour, listening on the radio. Everybody watch for the other driver. Stay safe and enjoy, of course. Hello to Jeffrey, checking in from southern Florida. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, drivers. Be safe out there. There's Tank. Hello, Steve. Happy hump day. A cool 55 here in Grants, New Mexico. We're headed over to Santa Rosa, then back to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Watch out for the other driver, and yes, have a blessed day. Brett says, good morning from the Mile High City. It's clear skies, 60 degrees as we roll into hump day. Thank you to all the first responders, the third shift workers, keeping the world turning overnight. Now let's sit back, relax, enjoy another great show from Mr. Steve Summers. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Jason says, good morning, passing through Atlantic, Iowa, just west of Des Moines. We're at 51 degrees, currently dry roads. Everybody be safe out there. Very good. Kevin, hello to Steve and the overnight crew. Bob checks in from Michigan there. Captain Snacky, I'm sorry. Good morning. 56 here in Mexico, Indiana, as we're headed toward Macon, Georgia. Hope everybody has a safe night. Yeah, watch out for those thunderstorms out there. Yes, indeed. We get to some of our other listening friends here coming up. Buckeye Boy, the two-time world champion bull hauler, and many others. And, of course, the phone line's open at 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
See what Buckeye Boy has going on here. Checking in from Broadway, Virginia. 57 degrees at this hour. Looks like Wildcats getting hammered at the home 20 there in Ackworth, according to the radar. And I'm probably going to get rain about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning here. We've had a few sprinkles already. Delivered in Saranac Lake, New York earlier. Really beautiful in that area. But on the way there yesterday, I saw a Dodge pickup hauling a travel trailer. It sideswipe a bulk hauler tractor trailer. Yeah, the dude in the pickup almost lost it. Parts were flying everywhere in front of me. I slowed way down to see where they were going to end up. But they kept everything upright, thank goodness. The tractor slowed down and got behind the Dodge and signaled to pull over, but the Dodge wouldn't stop. I called 911, told him what had happened, and in no way was it the tractor's fault. I got in the lane beside him to give the 911 dispatcher all the information I could to pass along. I think they eventually pulled over, but I guess that was a close call. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. There is Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 55 degrees. At the bizarre cattle pens on the Kansas Turnpike, got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south. All right, at a high rate of speed, it's an epic night for America's favorite sport of trailer trucking. How about a special one-night-only tag shout-out to Mr. Norman and the Big Tipper from the land of Oz. There you go, Norman, North Central Kansas. Has he checked in yet? I don't think he has. Morning, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday. What day is it? 5 days till Memorial Day. We know that. 44 days until Independence Day. 218 to Christmas. Going to Lafayette, Indiana. I'll be done when I get back to the yard to help protect my hours for later this week, since I have my dedicated lane the rest of the week. I did send you an article that discussed the tornado that hit Sparrow Point, Maryland last week. Yeah, we're rainy, 62 degrees, east of Indy on I-70. You got to love those rainy nights, right? Eddie Rabbitt did a song about that a long time ago. Couple other friends checking in here. James, happy Hump Day, Steve, checking in from Texas there. West, morning, Steve. You're at 5x5 here in Preston, Ontario, Canada, with 48 degrees. Jerry, hello. Had a strong thunderstorm roll through about an hour ago. Yeah, a ton of rain and a crazy light show. Thanks for Hot Shot Secret, bringing us the best overnight radio with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Praying for the Lone Ranger and all the others fighting this cancer deal. Tell them you love them every chance you get, and be safe out there. All right, good morning from 80 and 94. There's Dominus. And Bill, hello, Steve. Everybody, 46 cloudy and rainy by Dodgeville, Wisconsin. Headed toward Davenport, Iowa, with another load of Speed Queen washers and dryers. Be safe out there, drivers. Good to have y'all on board. Fuel inventories, outages, and high demand being reported in yet another Midwestern state. I haven't been able to pinpoint what's prompting this. South Dakota is the latest to enact an emergency saying the return of normal supply flows to fuel terminals in South Dakota is unknown. We've had recently Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, all declaring similar emergencies based on supply issues and high demand for petroleum products. Those states also cited fuel haulers having to travel further distances to meet the increased demand, as well as longer wait times at some of the terminals. So with the latest through May 29, drivers of commercial vehicles and motor carriers transporting gasoline or gasoline blends, diesel, fuel oil, ethanol, propane, jet fuel, or biodiesel are provided relief from the state and federal hours of service regulations once again. We all know the drill. You cannot force a fatigued or ill driver to continue operating. The AAA report released earlier this week said the average price per gallon in South Dakota was at $3.24 per gallon for diesel. According to ProMiles, the Midwest average price per gallon was at $3.36 per gallon. I did this past day see the marquee. I said, gas prices under $3 per gallon. It's been a while since we've seen that. All right, we'll get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Much to cover when it comes to industry headlines and associated with other national headlines. We've been hearing the latest, the big, beautiful bill from President Trump, right? Word is, according to the House Speaker, they're going to hold the vote on that legislation coming up Thursday of this week. But in a letter to House Speaker Mike Johnson, as well as the Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association says they're in opposition to this reconciliation package in its current form, stating not only does the legislation include a new unnecessary tax on small trucking businesses, it would make permanent policies from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that increased employee drivers' tax burden and unfairly denies them new tax relief provisions that benefit all other blue-collar workers. Todd Spencer, president and CEO of OOIDA, they kind of break down, and we'll share with you coming up here, this unexpected tax on motor carriers. What's that all about? The elimination of the per diem deduction. I mean, since the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, there have been several pieces of legislation introduced again to return that per diem deduction to the truck drivers that lost that at that point in time. I thought there was some standalone legislation actually out there currently in regards to that, but again, we'll break it all down for you. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. China is accusing the U.S. of undermining a preliminary trade agreement.
A spokesperson for China's Commerce Ministry says a U.S. industry warning not to use Chinese-made chips amounted to discriminatory practices. Beijing also called on the Trump administration to immediately correct its wrong practices and to stop discriminatory measures against China. High-level trade talks between the two countries on May the 10th led to a 90-day pause on most tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A flight from San Diego to Honolulu was grounded before takeoff this morning after a passenger made a bomb threat.
San Diego Harbor Police were called at 8:48 a.m. after the pilot of Hawaiian Airlines Flight 15 reported a passenger making a bomb threat just as the plane was pulling away from the gate. Takeoff was aborted. All 293 passengers and crew were evacuated to the tarmac, and all luggage was offloaded and searched. There was nothing suspicious found. The all-clear was given a short time later, and no other flights were impacted. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I got a new day coming on. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you on board. As we roll into a Wednesday hump day, let me give you a little more detail about the big, beautiful bill, as President Trump calls it. And we do know there are just a handful of Republicans in the House who are not supportive. Now, with the slim majority, I believe Republicans can only afford to lose 3 Republican members, or the bill will not go through. It's not going to pass. But according to Todd Spencer, in relation to the trucking industry specifically, the bill includes a new, unexpected tax on motor carriers to establish what he calls a duplicative federal reporting system that does nothing more than help freight brokers limit their legal liability. It's section 100006 of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure portion of the bill that would create a new public website to display a motor carrier's fitness to operate in interstate commerce. Information on the U.S. DOT already posts publicly. This system, though, would be funded by a new $100 annual fee for anyone accessing the information, including small business truckers. Our members already pay numerous federal taxes and fees, and as part of this reconciliation process, we believe Congress should be eliminating unnecessary taxes, not creating new ones, as this section should be eliminated entirely. He then noted in the letter that the bill makes permanent the elimination of the per diem deduction that benefited many employee drivers who make their living on the road. We heard from members who received an unexpected tax hike after the Tax Cuts Job Act was enacted back in 2016 or 17 for, in some cases, drivers as much as thousands of dollars more than they anticipated. As part of reconciliation, Congress should be restoring the employee driver's ability to deduct daily meal expenses while on the road not permanently increasing their tax burden. Meanwhile, when it comes to overtime pay, when President Trump first proposed eliminating taxes on overtime, we implored Congress to repeal this outdated exemption in the Fair Labor Standards Act that denies employee drivers guaranteed overtime. By failing to act, leaving this exemption in place, truckers will not benefit from the proposal to exempt overtime wages from taxes. Even if a motor carrier currently pays their drivers overtime, despite it not being required, these overtime wages would still be taxed if the reconciliation package were enacted. This means truckers will be denied a new tax benefit guaranteed to virtually every other blue-collar worker in the country. The taxes or the overtime pay, right? And lastly, he says the trucking industry already struggles with persistently high turnover rates among drivers, diminishing their compensation compared to other blue-collar occupations, and this is only going to make the job less attractive. Congress rather should be taking the steps to ensure trucking is an appealing, sustainable career choice. If the House is unable to fix the Fair Labor Standard Act's unfair motor carrier exemption through reconciliation, then you must promptly pass H.R. 1962. That is known as the GOT Truckers Act, bipartisan legislation that would ensure employee drivers are paid competitively and rightly qualified for the president's no tax on overtime proposal. For American truckers, whether an owner-operator or employee driver, this bill to us looks far from beautiful. Not only has the House failed to include truckers' top priorities, some of which have been imploring legislators to remedy since 2017, but you've astonishingly included new taxes on our members. Regrettably, we are forced to oppose the legislation as in its current form. I don't know that, honestly, is there an opportunity to still make changes, remove pieces from this or not? I really don't know where that stands. But Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler.
Morning, Steve.
How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Just out here trailer trucking. Hey, I wanted to comment on that tax bill, but first I was going to give you a little history of these the Basler cattle pens here in Kansas on the Turnpike. It's in an area called Matfield Green, which is south of Emporia, Kansas, in an area they call the Flint Hills, and the history I've done on it is they used to bring a lot of the cattle up out of Texas, and that's where they would park them at. There was the man that started Abilene, Kansas, Joseph McCoy, would come down there with his crews, and they would buy cattle at that spot, and some of that stuff they would ship to Kansas City. A lot of it they'd finish driving it up to Abilene, and the stuff that he sent up to Kansas City would be put on rail cars and shipped out east to Chicago and that. And because they had a few drives that they would go all the way to Illinois with, but not many of them. But those, to this day, there's still, it's like a big rest area, and there's cattle pens where you can unload there. And it's if I remember right, it's what they call it's lease grant land right now. And if you own cattle, you can get in there with the state of Kansas, and you could pay a lease like you would a grazing lease on that. You can put your cattle out on that good grass out there. Mm-hmm. A lot of guys do that. I've unloaded cattle there before, but that's all that's there at that exit. It's just cattle pens. There's nothing else. And the other thing it's famous for too is it's right not too far south of where Notre Dame coach Duke Rockne died in that plane crash up around Cottonwood Falls, and I've been told that it's about 13 miles from those Basler cattle pens where that plane went down back in the 30s or whenever it was. He was flying to California. So that's kind of what those are. And I don't know where it got the name Bazorat, but it's actually in what they call Matfield Green. And I bet anybody like Norman or Big Ed or anybody that's been up that Kansas Turnpike's probably been by them before.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's a neat. I like studying the history of the cattle trails because a lot of our modern highway systems follow a lot of the trails that the pioneers used to use, and some of the like the Goodnight Loving Trail that went up into Colorado. That's basically where 281 comes up out of Texas, up there through Pecos and all that area, and a lot of that stuff that was one time foot trails is what became our highway system now. So it's kind of neat to learn that history when you're out here driving around on it. But hey, I wanted to make a comment real quick on that tax bill. I know when they did that the first time under Trump, it screwed us company drivers out of about $6,000 to $8,000 a year in per diem because they put a flat $12,000 on that, or if you were married, it went to $24,000, and we don't use it because Deanna puts my stuff in with her business, and I get we got enough benefit incentives at Farks, like a HSA account and some other things that I there's quite a bit of my income I don't pay tax on anyway, but that overtime thing, I kind of talked to Louis Pugh a little bit about that. We were up there at the races at Kansas City, and that overtime deal to me is it's kind of like a union deal. It's wanting to level the playing field, and that's one of the problems I see in the trucking industry is you got a guy like me that's got 35 years experience. I had a guy call me last week that wanted me to come to work for him, and he just wants to offer me beginner wages when I go there. You know, it's all set. It's like you go in somewhere and they don't pay you on your experience out here. You can have 35, 40 years of experience and a guy will hire you, but, you know, he'll want to hire you in at the base rate that everybody else starts at. You don't get no vacation time. You lose everything you've got at your current company if you move over.
Sure.
And I think if they would change that and pay some of the more seasoned drivers the better money, it would give them better quality. I worked for a man that told me that, Steve, years ago. He figured out that if he pays better than average for the industry, he gets good people, stuff doesn't get wrecked, and he makes more money in the long run. And the trucking industry just can't figure that out.
Right,
so.
Right. Hey, I had a question for you on the bull hauler side of things there in the cattle industry. I shared that story last night or the night before about several states banning this lab-grown meat, this lab-grown meat stuff. They're trying to push this to actually eliminate all the cattle out there because, your cow farts are destroying the environment. Did you guys talk about that out there at all or no?
Yeah, that was one of the things. I had to sit through a lot of meetings with it. I learned quite a bit, and what I'm seeing is this, Steve. Like I took a look. We ran from Alabama to Southwest Wisconsin all weekend, and up there around Lancaster, Wisconsin, there was probably 5,000 acres of what used to be pasture land. There's nothing but solar panel farms out there, and the impression that I got from all of this is that these environmentalists, they want to do a big land grab out in Nevada and all these areas and take all this cattle off the land and supposedly destroying it. And what they're going to do is they're going to replace all this cropland with solar panels. You see it in Indiana and Illinois all the time, and their idea is that they're going to make food in laboratories. And I might have said this before on here or not, but when we were out there in 2019, we met with one of the representatives from Connecticut. Their people came over and gave us a demonstration about how they use a Petri dish, and they take a cell from a cow and they insert it in there with some kind of a gelatinous stuff. I forget what they call it, but that turns into ground beef. It looks like ground beef. And the funny thing about all this is they'll sit there and tell you how feedlot meat has all this additives added to it to fatten the cattle up quicker, but they have to put a whole bunch of additives and stuff into this meat that they're growing to make it look like ground beef. And yeah, it's a big push to get rid of a lot of the agricultural, a lot of the livestock agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to China, we've got my company. The owner of it, he's gone over to China because we do some business over there with some livestock, and everything they've got over there is in warehouses. You can't see there's not an animal loose on the land anywhere. They do it all inside, and they're not into the fake meat stuff. But over here, that's what the plan is to gradually depopulate the land.
Mm-hmm.
Our cattle herd's the lowest herd count it's been since the 1950s, and there's several factors involved in that. A lot of your ranchers, your producers are in their late 60s, early 70s. A lot of them guys are getting out of it. Their young kids aren't coming in and taking over these ranches, and they're being given incentives. When a guy gets out of farming, these developers roll in and talk to the kids, and they write them checks like they've never seen before, and that land's gone. And that's what they're doing is they're turning it into solar panels. There's a several thousand-acre solar panel farm outside of Galesburg, Illinois, that used to be a real prime cropland, and they use all of that supposedly to send to Chicago. And I'll tell you this, Steve, about the green energy thing. Deanna and I live in a house in town there in Carthage. It was built in 1911, so it's one of those, it's a good old, solid old house, but it's drafty in the wintertime. And we heat with gas heat. And I have several friends that have houses that are 5 years old that they heat with electric, and that they always have a higher heating bill than I do heat my drafty house with gas. So my opinion on the deal is this whole fake meat people and environmentalists and all that is that they want to go with all this green energy because they want to come get what little disposable income we working people have left over, and they can take that through all the green energy and you know, getting rid of because you get rid of the cropland, that's another thing. You start making food in laboratories, you can dictate how much food you can pass out to people too.
Yes, sir. Yep, total control. So, if you control the food, you control the people.
Yeah, and we go through a small farmer down here in Carthage and we get meat packages and stuff like that, and then Deanna doesn't garden, but we get a lot of stuff through the farmers market. And I encourage people to find local producers in your area that are raising beef, because that's getting to be a big thing now. Guys are getting grass-fed beef, and we get pork and chicken packages. Then I always have a couple cows that I raise out where I park my truck, and I just fatten those up and butcher them for ourselves. And then we usually give one to a food bank every year or two. So I don't buy any meat in the store, but yeah, that's the plan. Is the producers are up against the four big packing houses, the environmentalists, you know, and they're coming at it. They're coming for our herd numbers.
Wow.
So,
well, good to hear from you, Lori. Steve. Thank you so much for chiming in. A little history lesson, and all right. So, yeah, there's more to the agenda. You know, all these, you know, hundreds or thousands of acres of solar farms that are being erected around the country. Yeah, I've seen some photos on social media. How many acres of these solar panels have been decimated in recent weeks? Yeah, when we're seeing all these reports of massive hail, solar panels versus baseball or softball size hail they don't work together well. And I mean, I saw one video with this. I mean, as far as the eye could see, the solar panels that were just totally destroyed by the big hailstorm. Another question. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
As far as the no tax on tips legislation, there is actually a standalone bill separate from the big, beautiful bill, and it was passed by the Senate this past day. The No Tax on Tips Act, unanimous consent this past day. So, again, this is a standalone bill passing the Senate, unanimous consent. It's going to the House of Representatives now. This is the bill that will allow taxpayers to claim a 100% deduction on tipped wages. The House obviously currently weighing the proposal in the larger, big, beautiful budget reconciliation bill, which some Republicans in both chambers have shown some opposition. This past day, the president delivered remarks to the House Republicans on Capitol Hill, where he reportedly asked lawmakers to stop haggling over the bill and get it to his desk. That includes an expansion of the 2017 tax cuts, no tax on tips, also no tax on Social Security, and the no tax on overtime workers. Now, if the bill passes on top of all these trade deals that we're doing, Trump says this country will hit a point that you better go out and buy stock now. Let me tell you, this country will be like a rocket ship that goes straight up. According to Breitbart News, the Senate passed the no tax on tips proposal. Again, unanimous consent, meaning no senators objected to the expedited passage of this. When's the last time we saw anything on Capitol Hill getting unanimous consent? That's few and far between. Hey, good morning to Monty. It's been a while since we've heard from you. He's chiming in via email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. He said today, as you probably heard, DOT Secretary Duffy removed the waiver and reinstated Section 391.11, the English proficiency requirement. Yeah, many folks have been vocal about this and the unsafe environment that it's created on our highways. OOIDA actually brought this up to the Biden DOT, but they never acted on it. Thank God there's a new sheriff in town by the name of Donald Trump. As you and your listeners know, the safety of Americans is paramount to this president. Yeah, the fact that this common sense requirement was ever waived is beyond comprehension to me. But this is a great win for truckers as well as OOIDA members. All right, thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Monty. Check in sometime. All right, looks like Americans are going to be celebrating Memorial Day, hitting the road, probably paying the cheapest gas prices you have in over 20 years. Gas Buddy, the fuel savings platform, this past day said their forecast the national average price of gasoline to be at $3.08 per gallon on Memorial Day. That would make it the cheapest since 2021 in nominal terms. Now, after adjusting for inflation, it would be the lowest since 2003. And we'll give you more on cheaper gas price. Like I saw, I think regular was at like $2.97, under $3 a gallon here locally this past day.
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. China is accusing the U.S. of undermining a preliminary trade agreement.
A spokesperson for China's Commerce Ministry says a U.S. industry warning not to use Chinese-made chips amounted to discriminatory practices. Beijing also called on the Trump administration to immediately correct its wrong practices and to stop discriminatory measures against China. High-level trade talks between the two countries on May the 10th led to a 90-day pause on most tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A flight from San Diego to Honolulu was grounded before takeoff this morning after a passenger made a bomb threat.
San Diego Harbor Police were called at 8:48 a.m. after the pilot of Hawaiian Airlines Flight 15 reported a passenger making a bomb threat just as the plane was pulling away from the gate. Takeoff was aborted. All 293 passengers and crew were evacuated to the tarmac, and all luggage was offloaded and searched. There was nothing suspicious found. The all-clear was given a short time later, and no other flights were impacted. I'm Jack Cronin.
Travelers are seeing lower prices at the gas pump ahead of the Memorial Day weekend compared to last year.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of regular gas in the U.S. is $3.17. That's compared to an average price of $3.59 a year ago. Mississippi is seeing the cheapest gas at $2.66 a gallon, while California has the most expensive at $4.89 a gallon. AAA forecasts more than 39 million people will travel by car this holiday weekend. I'm Michael Kastner.
It's last call for Norm Peterson. George Wendt has passed away.
Cheer star George Wendt is dead at the age of 76. His family said he died in his sleep on Tuesday. Wentz starred as Norm Peterson in the hit sitcom and was nominated 6 straight times for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a comedy series at the Emmys. After Cheers went off the air, he was given his own sitcom called The George Wendt Show. Wendt also appeared in films like The Little Rascals and Airplane 2, the sequel. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Authentic Brands Group is purchasing Dockers in a 9-figure deal.
Levi Strauss, who created the khaki and chinos brand in the 1980s, said its sale of Dockers had an initial value of $311 million, subject to customary adjustments and closing conditions. According to Levi Strauss, the purchase of the intellectual property and Dockers U.S. and Canadian operations is anticipated to close in late July, followed by the rest of the brand's operations in January of next year. I'm Brian Shook.
People living near a golf course have a higher risk of developing Parkinson's disease.
A study published this month in JAMA Network Open found that people living within a mile of a golf course have a 126% higher risk of getting Parkinson's than those who live more than 6 miles away. Researchers suspect the use of pesticides on golf courses is linked to the higher risk. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
An L.A. landlord is no longer blasting the kids' song Baby Shark to deter homeless, but a tenant is offering an alternative.
Shalom Styles operates Styles Barber Lounge in the downtown building. He says the landlord was receiving complaints about the music and didn't want to be cited for disturbing the peace, so he stopped. Styles says the LA Mission reached out to him.
They asked me, they said, hey, are you willing to get haircuts? I said, yeah, when they get the hell out of here.
He believes the homeless are responsible for posting bad reviews about his business online.
I don't even know how you guys have a phone.
He says he's happy to give free haircuts if the homeless leave and leave his business alone. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Some of our friends just joining us this hour. Hello to our listening friends there in the Houston area. Welcome back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hump Day coming on. Now, we were discussing prices at the pump, making that Memorial Day vacation a little more affordable this year. But according to Gas Buddy, this is not expected to be some sort of a short-lived scenario. Prices of gas expected to average, they tell us, about $3.02 per gallon between Memorial Day all the way to Labor Day. With prices falling below $3 on some days, that's likely to bring a cheer to the 69% of Americans who plan on taking a road trip this summer. Gas Buddy, in a news release, said American road trip culture remains resilient, announcing their 2025 travel survey. Last summer, the national average price of gas was at $3.58 per gallon on Memorial Day. This year's lower price reflects increased oil production that has lowered crude prices. A barrel of Brent crude, the global standard, is currently priced at $65.07. Down from what was $83.71 a barrel 1 year ago. Gas Buddy's calculation that this year will see the lowest Memorial Day gas prices since 2003 excludes the year 2020, when gasoline and oil prices went into the free fall thanks to the pandemic measures that had everybody staying at home. The low price of gas is a major political coup for President Donald Trump. On the campaign trail last year, he repeatedly said that a Trump administration would lower energy prices and lower gas prices. Of course, Democrats, including Cory Booker, attacking Trump for promising to bring down energy prices. Booker described Trump's promise with profanity that can kind of be paraphrased as false excrement. BS. Trump, however, gets the last laugh on this as Americans get cheaper gas right in time for the summer road trip season. Now, there was separately, after that report from Gas Buddy, oil prices did jump about 1%, with new reports circulating that Israel may again be preparing some sort of a strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. This was also a headline several months ago. After the fact, some reports stated that the Trump administration convinced them to hold off on that because we were looking at trying to negotiate with them. But that word on the street raising fears that a conflict could upset supply availability in that key Middle East producing region. So Brent futures for July jumped 86 cents, about 1.3% a barrel. West Texas Intermediate climbed 90 cents to 62.93. But new intelligence obtained by the U.S. suggests Israel is preparing to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. That was reported supposedly by CNN, citing multiple U.S. officials familiar with the matter. It was not clear whether Israeli leaders have made any actual final decision. U.S. crude futures rose by more than $2 a barrel on the news. Brent futures up more than $1. Iran is the third largest producer among the OPEC countries. An Israeli attack could upset flows from there, and there's also concerns how Iran could retaliate by possibly blocking oil tanker flows through the Strait of Hormuz, the choke point in the Gulf, through which Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, United Arab Emirates all export crude oil and fuel. But there are still signs of improving crude supplies. U.S. crude oil stocks rose last week, while gasoline and distillate inventories fell. According to the American Petroleum Institute, Crude stock in the U.S., the world's biggest consumer, rose by 2.5 million barrels in the week ending May 16. All right, investors are also looking ahead to maybe some government U.S. oil stock data from the Energy Information Administration that will be forthcoming later today, Wednesday. All right, somewhere out there rolling towards Apple Turkey, as he likes to reference it, is Senior Heatwave. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Well, we're just south of Walsenburg, Colorado, heading on 25 south. You know, them crazy nuts, they said, yeah, we got you a load. I said, uh-huh. I said, where's it going? Cedar City, Utah. I said, uh-huh. I said, that's not what the plan was. And they're like, what do you mean? I said, well, at midnight tonight, I'm officially on PTO. Oh. I said, yeah. So they're sending me home with empties. And it's like, well, they could have done that from Phoenix, but I guess they saved themselves 40 miles on the round trip. So, but that's all right. You know, I understand. They get a little busy. They miss a note here and a note there and think they got things under control. And I told them, I says, you know what? It's all right. You know, as long as I can get home and then go to Texas, visit my folks and see my nieces graduate and come back safe. That's all I'm worried about.
There you go.
Yeah. So, anyways. Well, how low is oil going to have to go before we can start filling up our strategic petroleum reserves? I mean, when it was $25 a barrel and Trump said he wanted to buy, that witch from the West, Pelosi and her gang, blocked the buying of the cheap oil.
They refused to appropriate the funding. That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are they waiting for oil to get that low again, or are they setting themselves to say, when it hits 50, we're going to start buying?
I'd have to do a little digging to see what I haven't heard or seen an update on that in quite a while. I'm not sure if they're purchasing any or not right now.
Yeah, because it's been a while since anyone has even talked about what they call it, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, SPR. Right. I guess
Correct.
The acronym. So that's weighing pretty heavy on my mind right now because China is saying, hey, you can't say don't buy our chips. And it's kind of a thin ice that we're working on with them. But I mean, why would we want, if we're going to go to war, we better have the petroleum to back up our planes or missiles or, ships, tanks, whatever we need. We need to make sure we got plenty of that for them, plus for us out here. And that has got to be an absolute monster of a facility. And it's located in Oklahoma. Is that where that petroleum reserve is?
The SPR is down along the Gulf Coast, the salt caverns.
Gulf Coast.
The salt caverns, yeah. Oklahoma, that's where you've got the Cushing, Oklahoma, which is kind of like that's the storage point for like our refined product.
Okay, all right. Well, like I was saying with China, them saying, hey, you can't discriminate our chips against yours. Well, I mean, seriously, who in their right mind would buy computer chips from a country that can put a virus or something in that chip that will activate once it gets a certain code? I don't trust the Chinese as far as I can throw them. I mean, the food's good, but I mean, other than that, as long as it don't bark or purr at me, I'm all right,
Mm-hmm.
But why would we want to buy something from them that we can make our own self over here? Or even get it from Taiwan? I'm sure they don't buy no chips from China. Well, that kind of sounded funny there, chips from China. Anyways. So, I don't know where China really has a leg to stand on except their grandstanding. As far as that goes, if they're going to be serious about wanting to do trade with us, they'll drop their damn tariffs against our products, and they'll allow free trade. Like so many other countries out there, they're going to have to allow free trade, or they're just going to be hit with a higher rate of tariff. And, I'm fine with it. If I got to pay a little bit more at the store for something so the store can swallow the increase of cost, well, I may not like it, but right now I'm doing a lot better than I was last year or the year before when Yellow went out of business. I'm slowly catching up on my bills. I've got a couple of them getting ready to get paid off here pretty soon. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the future with great anticipation. Norm from Cheers.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
I think one of my favorite entrances from him going into the bar when everyone's yelling, Norm! And Sam's like, what's happening? And Norm's like, well, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and I'm wearing milk-bone underwear. Give me a beer, Sammy. I thought that was the funniest thing I'd heard when I was a kid. It still brings a chuckle. And they've got an episode there where he and Cliff are at the bar, and I don't know what caused this scene, but it was like they were in the submarine. Something happened, I guess between Diane and Sam or somebody, and a shot was fired across the bow, so to speak. And Norm was yelling, dive, dive, dive. And Cliff was like, ooga, ooga, the crash dive klaxon. And I thought that was one of the funnier scenes I've seen in the show. It is a crying shame that the networks cannot recapture what they had in the past. I mean, it was funny. There was no cussing. There was maybe some innuendo, kind of like with the Steve Martin roasts. It wasn't dirty, but the innuendo led your mind to believe, even though they didn't say. There was no cussing. There was, no sex or, any sexy poses or whatnot. I mean, hell, Ruth Buzzy, being out there beating the hell out of everybody with her purse, playing the character she would play. It was good, clean fun. The programming, some of it was kind of cheesy, like The Love Boat, or The Dukes of Hazzard, a little risque with Daisy Duke, But I mean, damn, the older I get, the more I realize how much I miss the time that we had when we were younger. Now we're getting older, and you know what? Getting older sucks.
You're telling me.
Aches and pains.
Yep.
I get up every morning, or whenever I get up, and I'd stand up, and it's like, ooh, everybody knows that I had a Rice Krispies for breakfast as a kid because it snapped, crackle, and pop. I was like, damn. I can't yell, they're great anymore because I do that. Hell, I might throw my back out, So, but yeah, I mean, we are now experiencing exactly what our parents before us have experienced with the shows that they grew up with, mainly on the radio or early black and white TV. The performers they grew up with, the old country performers, the old actors. I mean, you ask me to name an actor now, I could name one. And even then, it might be so damned obscure that people would be like, who? How old is he? I'm sorry. It's just, it's life. It happens. First it's birthdays and weddings, and then it's births, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, hell, we got to go to the hospital for this. And then it's like,
yep.
Oh, may the dearly departed rest in peace. It's like, good night. and we think we live a long life, you know. I mean, 75 years or better, and that seems like a long life. But when you hit, you know, my age or your age, you're thinking,
that
well,
ain't
hell,
long.
that's just, you know,
that ain't long.
Ain't long at all.
Yep.
15 to 17 years away for us.
How much we got
And
left?
it's like, exactly. So, well, I didn't mean to get that's a big word for a truck driver. Philosophical on everybody, but you know, it's sometimes you just got to think out of the box and go, you know, we're not talking politics, we're not talking, you know, economy, we're not talking trucking, we're talking about life as it is now. And so, anyways, with that said, yeah, here in a couple hours I'll be in Albuquerque, and then I'll be at the Hacienda getting my stuff packed, grab a couple-hour nap, and then I'll be hauling my happy hiney to Texas. And, you know, in the backwoods of Tennessee, back when Davy Crockett was around and the settlers, they would go to Tennessee and they would see these cabins that had they didn't know if they were occupied until they saw these 3 letters either painted or carved on the wood. GTT. And that stood for Gone to Texas. So the folks knew, well, you know, it's an old cabin, but we can go in and set up house. And hell, I just don't want to do that to my house there, because it's already, you know, stuff's falling off of the darn thing, and I really don't want to add to its deterioration. But yeah, I'll say GTT when I get home later today, and well, y'all might be able to hear my the daddy of the heat wave. We're going to be going to Columbus, Texas on Thursday for my niece's graduation, and I'm for sure going to be cranking up the radio and having this thing Bluetoothed in so he can hear, you know, what all we talk about, and he can hear what I have to say, and I'll probably get punched in the ribs, or he'll probably just sink his head in his hand like, I can't believe I raised this kid to be this crazy.
Right.
So, anyways, all right, senor, I'll let you go. You have yourself a wonderful night, and we will holler at you later.
All right, and a little click of the mouse, a few clicks, and I've got an answer to your question in regards to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It's been about, about 8 or 10 days ago. And believe it or not, this is a part of the budget reconciliation bill. I guess the big, beautiful bill. Yeah. It was the 12th of May, right? So, like I said, about 8-10 days ago, we've introduced the budget reconciliation bill, which will include funding to begin refilling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a key promise of President Donald Trump. The bill proposes $1.321 billion to acquire, by purchase, petroleum products for storage in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and another $218 million for maintenance of, including repairs to storage facilities and related facilities. The bill also repeals what was known as the SPR drawdown and sale mandate. The bill will also begin refilling the dangerously low SPR. Congressman Brett Guthrie of Kentucky, chairman of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, wrote in a piece in the Wall Street Journal at the time. Republican Congressman Guthrie also noted that this bill will claw back money that would be headed for other green boondoggles through environmental and climate justice block grants and other spending mechanisms through the Environmental Protection Agency and the Energy Department. The legislation would reverse the most reckless parts of the engorged climate spending in what was the then misnamed Inflation Reduction Act, returning $6.5 billion in unspent funds from that legislation. Earlier this year, President Trump said the administration is going to quickly fill up the SPR. They put it all out, criticizing Biden. They put it all out because they thought they could keep gas prices down a little bit, just to get past the election. And after that, they didn't care. Obviously referencing the Biden administration for failing to curb the hikes we saw in gas prices. The SPR needs to be refilled as a strategic reserve, plays a critical role in stabilizing the U.S. market during any potential supply interruptions globally. We know the numbers. The Biden administration released more than 180 million barrels from the SPR starting in 2021. The aim was trying to keep gas prices down. The Department of Treasury claims that those releases, along with some other international efforts, helped reduce gasoline prices by about 40 cents per gallon there in 2022. All right. 180 million barrels. So believe it or not, that's actually a part of the big, beautiful bill. And I just hadn't caught any of that in the news. Nobody been talking about it. But that was from the Oil Price Information Service there. Coming up, we'll get back. Eagles on board. We'll have to try to make it official. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Now, we got a DA of the Week nominee in the trucking sector from CDL Life. This guy trying to actually move a mobile home with his Ford Expedition SUV. No joke. Last Friday, the locals spotted the Ford Expedition SUV trying to pull this full-size mobile home in the Joplin, Missouri area. The report says the mobile home first got sidelined by a tire issue. Once the tire issue on the mobile home was fixed and back on the road, the Ford broke down. Go figure. It was at that point where commercial vehicle inspectors with the State Patrol arrived on the scene. And yes, undoubtedly this was shut down. You'd have to see the photographs. You would not believe. Can you imagine the weight of the mobile home and how let's just say the Ford was kind of bottomed out in the back?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. China is accusing the U.S. of undermining a preliminary trade agreement.
A spokesperson for China's Commerce Ministry says a U.S. industry warning not to use Chinese-made chips amounted to discriminatory practices. Beijing also called on the Trump administration to immediately correct its wrong practices and to stop discriminatory measures against China. High-level trade talks between the two countries on May the 10th led to a 90-day pause on most tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A flight from San Diego to Honolulu was grounded before takeoff this morning after a passenger made a bomb threat.
San Diego Harbor Police were called at 8:48 a.m. after the pilot of Hawaiian Airlines Flight 15 reported a passenger making a bomb threat just as the plane was pulling away from the gate. Takeoff was aborted. All 293 passengers and crew were evacuated to the tarmac, and all luggage was offloaded and searched. There was nothing suspicious found. The all-clear was given a short time later, and no other flights were impacted. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Coming up when we get to some of the other industry headlines, we'll share some numbers with you that may actually boggle your mind, which kind of answers some of the questions of why we're seeing so many horrific accidents out there involving commercial vehicles. So hang on for that coming up. First, let me get back to the calls here. Eagle been hanging in there. How we doing, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Oh?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight. Before I get to the situation in Memphis, we got some news out on Memphis I want to talk about. But first of all, I want to talk about auto racing. NASCAR and the IndyCar racing, because it's coming up on Memorial Day. But first of all, before I get to that, I want to give. I didn't get the chance to call in the last 2 nights because I've been at home. But I want to say, Steve, Tony Stewart proved again that he's one of the best all-round drivers in the world in the history of motorsports. He won another NHRA event over the weekend. He won another race, drag top fuel race. So it shows that Tony Stewart can win at anything, whether it's stock car racing, Indy car racing, or midget racing, or whatever he decides to get in. He jumped into a top fuel car with no experience. In less than 2 years, he's already in victory lane. There's guys that's been in the sport longer than him that still ain't made their way into victory lane. So I want to say Tony Stewart, he deserves a big congratulations for what he's done, especially driving over 330 miles an hour. Now, the second thing I want to talk about, Steve, is the IndyCar racing. I got a very bad feeling about Sunday, Steve. A very bad feeling about Sunday's race. I don't know if you've been watching some of the practice that they've had and qualifying. They've had numerous cars go upside down and go through fly through the air. And luckily nobody was injured. But I got a bad feeling these cars were on the track by themselves. When you get 30 cars or more on that track traveling at over 230 miles an hour, only bad things are going to happen. I think IndyCar needs to slow these cars down a little bit. I think they're going way too fast. I think they're getting up to 240, 250, almost 250 down some of those straightaways. And all it takes is one little mistake when you driving a car that fast, and you got a bad situation. And hopefully we don't have no fatalities, but I think they're traveling way too fast, and they need to slow them cars down as far as I'm concerned. So I don't think I'm gonna watch that race on Sunday, the Indy 500, because I got a real bad feeling about that race on Sunday. Now, as far as the Memorial Day race in Charlotte, Coca-Cola 600, that's gonna be an interesting race. I'll be watching that. We'll see if Kyle Larson can make his way from Indy back over to Charlotte for the night race. See what happens on that situation. But I got a feeling he may not be able to make it back to that Charlotte race, because I got a feeling that they're gonna have a lot of cautions in that Indy race, and I doubt if he can. I think the race is gonna go overtime probably in Indy, and he probably won't make it back to Charlotte, I don't think, until late in the race, if at all. So we'll see how that turns out. But like I said, I got a real bad feeling about the Indy race. Now, as far as the situation goes with Joe Biden, Steve, before I get to Memphis, now it's Joe Biden. Like I said, I don't like the guy. I made that real clear over the last 4 years. But I don't wish no bad luck on nobody. I hope that God, I'm glad he's out of the White House, but I hope the man can somehow recover from this cancer that he has and move on with his life, the remaining years of his life, whatever that might be. He can do his thing. Hopefully God will bless the man and help him continue on with his life. Hopefully that's all I can say about that situation. I don't agree with his politics, what he stood for, but I don't wish bad luck, especially cancer, on anybody. So hopefully Biden can come through this thing with the proper care. Only thing I don't like about it, Steve, is that they lied. They lied for 4 years about the man's health, and now they're trying to play all these CNNs, MSNBCs, trying to act like they so shocked that they found that Joe Biden has health problems.
Right.
Just shows you what kind of hypocrites these people, especially that Jake the Snake Tapper. So, like I said, they'll get what's coming to them on CNN. That's like Trump say. That's why their ratings are in the gutter, and that's why they're gonna stay in the gutter, because nobody wants to watch fake news, because that's exactly what it is. Now, moving on to this last subject, Steve. I told you about Memphis a couple of weeks ago. Memphis is totally out of control. It's taken over for Chicago as the murder capital of the US of A. Like I told you, I almost believe, like I told you before, I almost believe that the people from Chicago moved down to Memphis because it seems like the same crime that was taking place in Chicago has now made its way down to Memphis. So it looks like they ran them out of Chicago right down to Memphis. But it looks like Donald Trump and the FBI man is going to send some people into Memphis to take care of that situation. And that's exactly what they need to do, is take care of that situation. These lawbreakers and these people that seem to want to do whatever they want to do, and they don't care about terrorizing other people. So, like I said, if they end up in El Salvador or some other place due to their stupidity by shooting and having an open range on people in Memphis, they get exactly what they deserve as far as I'm concerned. It won't be no loss to Memphis. The more of them they get out, the better, the less crime they'll have. So I'm pretty sure if you look at the news, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about on YouTube and TikTok, and these other people that live in Memphis are sick and tired of it. People getting shot every day. I think at least 5 people got gunned down today just in Memphis. So people are sick of living like that, and they shouldn't have to live like that. So hopefully Trump and the FBI, whoever they sending down to Memphis, will go in and they get the job done and get the bad people out so the good people can continue to live their life the way it's supposed to be. If they wanted to live in a damn war zone, they moved to Ukraine. So that's the way I look at it. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. Have a great weekend. We'll probably talk to him before then. Yeah, I see Bubba shared this past day. I guess the final survey was done by the National Weather Service there in London, Kentucky. Yeah, that tornado that swept from Somerset to London. Final rating is an EF4 tornado. Said maximum winds were 170 miles per hour. The maximum width of this tornado was 1,700 yards, if you could imagine. Yeah, the length of 17 football fields, that's how wide this thing was. And it was on the ground for 55.6 miles. Deadly storm. This was the deadliest tornado in history for the National Weather Service office there out of Jackson, Kentucky. EF4. That was a bad one. Our number, 844-844-3388. I don't know. What day is it? What day is it?
How do we get back to here, Your Honor? It just keeps like it just comes around every week or something. How does this happen?
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, something like that. So I guess we better start out with, hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Already hump day.
My. And, you know, I think we only got, one more of these this month? Where's this month gone?
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine that, June?
A lot of people. There's a lot of people down there that are saying we just hope this month gets over with pretty quick, I'm sure. So, giving them all our best. Hope they can make through and survive and recover as best they can down there, all the stuff they've had going on. So, anyways. Hey, did you happen to get that clip that I sent you there? That and I hate these clips on Facebook because nobody puts a date on them when they did them, and that's kind of a little thing that bugs me about this stuff. But there was a clip there that I came across that had Joe Biden giving a speech in Delaware, talking about all the oils and stuff that's on the highways and getting into contaminating things and causing cancer, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And in the process of saying that, he said something about himself and the great people of Delaware having cancer. And then he kind of stumbled a little bit and tried to make it just sound like he meant the people of Delaware. But do you think it's possible that he possibly let out in that speech there that he was having that he actually had cancer back when he was president?
I know that several, I think Don Jr. posted a few days ago that Biden actually said that might have been in 2022. I think if that's the clip that you're referencing, that would be he actually said he had cancer. Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's been one person since he ran, was running for the primary for when he became president and all that. There's one person that I hold responsible for him being in the position that he's been in ever since that. And it's the one person that wanted to be the first lady. I blame Jill Biden. I hold Jill Biden totally responsible for Joe Biden going through the whole process of being, in the primary to run for president, the 4 years of president, we're going to run for re-election and trying to I don't know. I think there's a lot of Jill Biden that was wanting to, have the notoriety of being the first lady and living in the White House and making it that far. So I don't know. Maybe I'm totally off kilter and totally wrong in the whole thing, but it just kind of seems like if there was one person that should have done something to protect him, it should have been her.
Yeah.
And she
certainly
sat back.
Hey, we can go all the way back to prior to his becoming president. Yeah, always moving, and several others. How many times did she say they should be charged with elder abuse? And there are now some representatives actually calling that she in particular should be charged with elder abuse.
I would support that wholeheartedly, because if there is one person that should be protecting their spouse, it's their spouse. I mean, you don't let your family get taken and put into these positions, and you're supposed to take care of your family first. And I mean, so anyways, but there's my little rant for the thing. But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting to see a clip where he kind of admitted that he possibly had cancer there. So, what else we got? So we're out here trying to get our work done. We got a one and done in the middle of the week deal, so we're trying to get that done before all your rain and everything gets here. The last I looked, it was kind of out there in West Virginia. The heaviest, there's like two cells. There was one that was kind of in the middle of Maryland, and then there was one that was out in West Virginia way. And so I don't know if the one that was kind of in Maryland, it was kind of sketchy that it might be, might not be, possibly get to the ground, maybe not get to the ground. So kind of be spotty, patchy showers. And then that other one coming along there looked like it was going to start to be the heavier rain there sometime in like the daylight hours of morning. So anyways, we plan on being done hopefully no later than you're done today. So anyways, we'll see what we can do to pull that off. Didn't look good in the very beginning because there was a power failure at the oil refinery at 8:30 last night, and when I rolled in at 10 minutes after 12, everybody that was there at 8:30 last night was still there, and they were just getting everything back up and fully operation, because they do an hour shutdown from 11 to 12 for inventory. So they got their inventory done, and they were trying to get everything refired up, and I was able to pull in, and about 15 minutes of sitting there and get in, and they got the pumps fired up for the propane, but not the gasoline. So we're hoping that the gasoline haulers get a chance to get going and get out before the rain gets too bad. And gas prices here, I don't know. We got most of the convenience stores there. They're running right around $2.99, anywhere from $2.89 to $2.99 a gallon, pretty much for around here in Maryland. I don't know what's happened. The last couple years might even be all the way back to COVID at this point. But it seems like gas prices pretty much are the same price throughout the state. Doesn't matter the distance of transportation from an oil, from a gasoline rack or a refinery to the convenience store, but they all seem to have the same price pretty much across the state. Every now and then you find a few of the independents that they'll be a couple 10 cents cheaper sometimes, but other than that, all the rest of them seem to be hanging right around the same. And it's amazing when one goes up 5 cents, they all go up 5 cents.
Right.
It's like
magic.
Wait a minute.
It's magical.
Y'all didn't get the same delivery at the same time here. You're on a rotation of delivery. How is it you all raise your price 5 cents at the same time? Or 10 cents, and sometimes we'll even get a 20 or 30 cent jump in the prices, and it's across the board. I mean, it's if one does it at one chain does it, then the Wawa does it, then the Sheetz does it, and the Royal Farms does it, and it just goes on. And so anyways, I don't know, but I was going to ask before you elaborated on it. You were saying how the gas prices are down. I was going to ask you how many gallons or barrels of oil that President Trump had to take out of the strategic reserve to get the prices down so low, since that's what the last administration claimed they were going to do.
Yeah,
make it work that way. But I don't know. You get it set up to put the oil in, and the prices go down. That's pretty amazing, Your Honor. But anyway, I guess with all that nonsense, I don't know. Unless we come up with something here a little bit more, we're going to go down and check to make sure the Bay Bridge is still intact there for the 5301, and see if we can get from the Eastern Shore to the mainland and go and do our thing, and then head on home after that. So, anyways, with that, we'll let you go out and do your due diligence, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see what we can find here about 7 before the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, speaking of the Northeast there, up in Horsefeather's neck of the woods. Yeah, as if they haven't had enough rain lately. You're going to have a storm approach, just drenching the region before the end of the week here. Memorial Day weekend will not exactly feel like the unofficial start of summer, according to AccuWeather. Yeah, despite areas of pretty significant drought as we were headed into the month of May. Many have now received more than an entire month's worth of rain, just past the midway point here. Yeah, some areas in the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic even flipped from drought to flash flooding in the past week or so, if you could imagine. Well, between from Tuesday night to Thursday night, a general 1 to 2 inches forecast with higher amounts in parts of western Pennsylvania, western Maryland, and northeast West Virginia. When the storm wraps up by the end of the week, some areas may have double the historical average rain for the month of May here. So if you've got outdoor plans or travel in mind, plan on wet conditions much of the time. Now, Wednesday, Thursday, both. The steadiest rain Wednesday and Wednesday night extend from the coast of New Jersey, New York, and Delmarva, northwestward through the eastern Great Lakes region. The rain should hold off for much of Maine, but we could be seeing enough rain to bring some urban areas of flooding and obviously slow travel. But the combination of the rain and the air from the Atlantic, it's going to feel more like late March or early April here. Real field temperatures in the 40s and 50s for many areas here the day ahead. I mean, that's high temperatures. As the rain focuses more on New England for Thursday, temperatures are going to dip even lower over portions of Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, northern Connecticut. It may feel more like you're in the 30s in much of that area. Just a dreary outlook headed into the weekend.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. China is accusing the U.S. of undermining a preliminary trade agreement.
A spokesperson for China's Commerce Ministry says a U.S. industry warning not to use Chinese-made chips amounted to discriminatory practices. Beijing also called on the Trump administration to immediately correct its wrong practices and to stop discriminatory measures against China. High-level trade talks between the two countries on May the 10th led to a 90-day pause on most tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A flight from San Diego to Honolulu was grounded before takeoff this morning after a passenger made a bomb threat.
San Diego Harbor Police were called at 8:48 a.m. after the pilot of Hawaiian Airlines Flight 15 reported a passenger making a bomb threat just as the plane was pulling away from the gate. Takeoff was aborted. All 293 passengers and crew were evacuated to the tarmac, and all luggage was offloaded and searched. There was nothing suspicious found. The all clear was given a short time later, and no other flights were impacted. I'm Jack Cronin.
Travelers are seeing lower prices at the gas pump ahead of the Memorial Day weekend compared to last year.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of regular gas in the U.S. is $3.17. That's compared to an average price of $3.59 a year ago. Mississippi is seeing the cheapest gas at $2.66 a gallon, while California has the most expensive at $4.89 a gallon. AAA forecast more than 39 million people will travel by car this holiday weekend. I'm Michael Kastner.
It's last call for Norm Peterson. George Wendt has passed away.
Cheers star George Wendt is dead at the age of 76. His family said he died in his sleep on Tuesday. Wendt starred as Norm Peterson in the hit sitcom and was nominated 6 straight times for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a comedy series at the Emmys. After Cheers went off the air, he was given his own sitcom called The George Wendt Show. Wendt also appeared in films like The Little Rascals and Airplane 2, the sequel. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Authentic Brands Group is purchasing Dockers in a 9-figure deal.
Levi Strauss, who created the khaki and chinos brand in the 1980s, said its sale of Dockers had an initial value of $311 million, subject to customary adjustments and closing conditions. According to Levi Strauss, the purchase of the intellectual property and Dockers U.S. and Canadian operations is anticipated to close in late July, followed by the rest of the brand's operations in January of next year. I'm Brian Shook.
People living near a golf course have a higher risk of developing Parkinson's disease.
A study published this month in JAMA Network Open found that people living within a mile of a golf course have a 126% higher risk of getting Parkinson's than those who live more than 6 miles away. Researchers suspect the use of pesticides on golf courses is linked to the higher risk. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
An L.A. landlord is no longer blasting the kids' song Baby Shark to deter homeless, but a tenant is offering an alternative.
Shalom Styles operates Styles Barber Lounge in the downtown building. He says the landlord was receiving complaints about the music and didn't want to be cited for disturbing the peace, so he stopped. Styles says the LA Mission reached out to him.
They asked me, they said, hey, are you willing to get haircuts? I said, yeah, when they get the hell out of here.
He believes the homeless are responsible for posting bad reviews about his business online.
I don't even know how you guys have a phone.
He says he's happy to give free haircuts if the homeless leave and leave his business alone. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we kick off another hour, good to have you on board. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. If you're just joining us. Yeah, President Trump not mincing any words this past day when suggesting that he doesn't actually apparently believe that Joe Biden was for open borders. What do you mean? Well, essentially, that Joe wasn't in charge. We had all been saying that for 4 years anyway. Who's actually running the show, right? He's a puppet on a string. From Truth Social, Donald Trump, and I quote, Joe Biden was not for open borders. He never talked about open borders, where criminals of all kinds, shapes, and sizes can flow into the country at will. It wasn't his idea to open the border and almost destroy our country and cost us hundreds of billions of dollars to get criminals out of our country and go through the process we're going through now. It was the people that knew he was cognitively impaired and took over the auto pen. They stole the presidency of the United States and put us in great danger. This is treason at the highest level. They did it to destroy our country. The Joe Biden that everybody knew would never allow drug dealers, gang members, the mentally insane to come into our country totally unchecked and unvetted. All anyone has to do is look up his record. Something very severe should happen to those treasonous thugs that wanted to destroy our country but couldn't because I came along. I don't know. Did he have any clue what was going on? He didn't do a lot of press conferences, and any time the questions came up, it's like, these people are being thoroughly vetted. We all lived through it, but I digress. Moving on, that was posted this past evening from President Trump. In space-related news, a mysterious form of bacteria has been discovered aboard China's space station with unique abilities that help it survive hundreds of kilometers above the Earth. Scientists found the bacteria called Niali Tiangong-Genesis. I mean, the name of the space station, I think it's the Tiangong Space Station, so Genesis, the beginning. After astronauts swabbed a cabin on the orbital outpost about a year ago. While it is related, they say, to similar bacteria on Earth, it's not clear where the new Tiangong-Genesis came from or whether it actually evolved on the research facility on the space station. According to the Institute of Spacecraft System Engineering, the study of this new bacteria and others is essential to protecting astronauts' health. While it is related to similar bacteria on Earth, it's not clear where it came from. It's possible it arrived on the station in spore form with at least a few of its distinguishing features in place. Now, they're still working out if this poses any sort of threat to astronauts' health. There's a bacterial cousin here on Earth that can actually cause sepsis in immunocompromised patients. A new study on the bacteria, published in the leading microbiology journal, found the new species can break down gelatin as a source of nitrogen and carbon. This rare ability allows it to build a protective biofilm shield over itself when conditions become too extreme to survive. Related bacteria on Earth are able to consume other energy-packed substances for survival, but this Tiangongenesis appears to have lost this ability. Its new skill of breaking down gelatin, paired with the deadliness of its earthbound bacterial cousins, suggest it could indeed pose a risk to health. They say astronauts on this space station regularly disinfect surfaces and monitor microorganisms to control the growth of bacteria. There's also air filtration systems built into the space station to purify the air, but despite the best efforts, astronauts can get sick with microbial infections from space station bacteria, just like they do here on the Earth. It cannot be completely prevented, despite the moderating regime. All right. And, of course, they quarantine the astronauts before they go into space, all that good stuff. But and other industry headlines coming up. First, it's 844-844-3388. And I guess we're off to work on a hump day. Morning, Philip.
Hump day. Out there going today. Hey, Steve, when you put substances in the microgravity, that's a totally different situation than it is what down here on Earth. Things turn different ways, and who knows, that might have been an experiment that they had put up there, and something might have got out, so to speak.
Right.
You never know. But here's the bad thing about it. Say we come back to Earth with it in us, with one of those astronauts as a carrier, and we could have another, what we just went through, 5 years ago. So you know what I mean? It can spread across this Earth quickly.
Yes, indeed.
So you never know. So it sounds like something out of a movie, but it's true. I mean, when you get into microgravity, you get into the space, it's a totally different animal than it is down here on Earth. And that's the reason why there is so many experiments that are taken up on the space stations, our space station included. There's stuff up there we don't even know about that they've kept secret all these years that, we really don't need to know, to be quite honest, because it would drive us all go crazy. But yeah, microgravity can do some crazy things. I mean, crazy things. Think about some of the pharmaceutical stuff that they've developed that's come out of space. That's helping us today survive, and it was developed up there in our space station and all these other stations they had over the years. Even Russia with Mir. The stuff that came out of Mir was unbelievable. The amount of scientific stuff that came out of there. I mean, it's enough to make you go crazy on Google. So, but I heard Eagle talking earlier about IndyCar. IndyCar racing is always going to be dangerous. It's always going to be dangerous when you start going over 200. Because at 200, most man-made stuff starts falling apart, depending on what it is. The friction and the wear and everything. That's the reason why in NASCAR they've tried to keep them under 200 for so many years. There was a really good interview that Kenny Wallace did with Rusty Wallace, his brother, a few years ago on his channel on YouTube. And Rusty said that when they went substantially over 200 miles an hour in NASCAR, in just a cup car, and he said things just fell apart. And he said he ended up wrecking before it was over with, Now, talking about Tony Stewart going 330 miles an hour, you think in drag racing, that's only for a few seconds.
Right.
But you think about NASCAR, you're going to run a race, or even IndyCar for that matter, and F1 and all these different forms of open wheel racing, you're running for 2 to 3 hours at that kind of speed. You can't expect something to stay together. I don't care if it's the most scientifically generated whatever thing. It's the friction is going to cause it to fall apart. That's the way it is. I mean, we've seen it with aircraft. We've seen it with submarines. We've seen it with all kinds of different things. When that friction and everything happens in there, especially for long periods of time, it's no different than going in a machine shop and watching somebody make something in a machine shop. The machine's cutting that metal off of there. It's the same thing. It's the same process. The only thing is it's just you can't see it. It's friction happening, and that's what happens with it. You know, and IndyCar is dangerous. Trust me, it is dangerous. When you're open wheel racing and you're going 230 miles an hour, you know, and now you know why we have those, what they call them, Steve, the flip-flop cars. You know what they call them? They call them that now. They call it flip-flop car because they brought this windscreen up over the driver now more and stuff, and that's the reason they went to that. So, what's your feelings on IndyCar, Steve?
I don't pay a whole lot of attention to IndyCar, you know, like everybody else, kind of like in horse racing. You know, the Kentucky Derby, I like that. I love watching the Indy 500. Yeah, I've seen some horrific crashes. I remember a crash, it's probably been 20 years ago, like on the first lap where the car hit the wall and tore apart and the driver's legs were kind of sticking out of the front. And it's amazing he survived.
Yeah, and those cars, they call it the tub, but the driver is basically sitting like a bathtub, for lack of a better way to say it. And they call it a monopod. But they're sitting inside that, and your feet are kind of pushed in, you know. So back in the day, man, when you had an impact in the front, you know, the driver's feet were compromised, you know, because it was in that cone in the front of the car, you know, because the wing's up in the front, and it's mounted on this cone, and that cone is right where the driver's feet is. If you ever see them, and it's pretty interesting when you see them do this in the races, they'll change the front cone of the car. They'll change the front out of the car. They just flip a couple of levers and pull the front of the car off, and then they change it out. And literally, if you got up close, you could actually see the driver's feet sitting there, you know, where all the pedals and everything come in at. And I'm telling you what, Steve, talk about an expensive piece. The steering wheel on one of those cars, and I've been told this, I don't know, I'm not into that technology or up on the IndyCar racing like a lot of folks are. But that steering wheel for that car, I've heard is in excess of $20,000 or $30,000 at least, because there's so much telemetry that's on the steering wheel. The steering wheel is almost like a little mini TV that it tells them everything's going on with the car. It's pretty intricate. And, I mean, that's crazy. And don't even get me into push to pass. I hated push to pass. I don't know what, they still got it. I don't keep up with Indy as much as I used to. Back in the day, I used to watch IndyCar all the time. And before I did the NASCAR thing, that was, like you said, the Kentucky Derby. It was like one of the main things that we watched with racing, you know, and Memorial Day. And before I go, I got to mention it, guys. There's already a wave off of Africa, okay? They're starting to come across now, so we got to start paying attention to that map off of Africa. And we've had a high pressure over us here in Florida. It's been actually over the Gulf of Mexico, and it's pushing out more towards, you know, and when that high pressure goes off of us, we're going to have to pay more attention to what's going on around us. You know, so we're coming down to that time of the year. And for anybody in our theme park friends out there, tomorrow's the big day. Epic Universe opens tomorrow, so plan on being early if you're going to go. So that's all I got today, buddy. Thanks for having me, and y'all be safe out there.
So that's, I guess, a brand new park there. Okay, said something hot off the press. Everybody wants to be first in line, right?
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, let me give you the rest of the story. A recent study by the trucking expert Adam Wingfield analyzed the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's database. And he says it revealed a troubling trend. Approximately 4% of truckers on U.S. highways are operating without a valid commercial driver's license. This issue transcends regulatory oversight, posing a serious threat to all that share the road with these massive vehicles. Unlicensed operators handling trucks weighing over 26,000 pounds obviously is a danger to motorists, passengers, pedestrians. Now, he broke it down. A CDL is a vital certification ensuring drivers have the training and skills to safely operate large, potentially hazardous vehicles. You've got the varying license types to include those weighing 26,001 pounds or more, those that would transport hazardous materials, and those that would be carrying passengers, 16 or more passengers. So you've got the Class A, the Class B, the Class C CDL. Specialized endorsements, like for school buses or hazardous materials, require additional training and testing. Data from 2025's International Road Check inspections. Also analyzed by Wingfield. How he got those results already, I don't know. But he said that reveals concerning patterns. Over 56% of inspected trucks had violations. Anywhere from minor to, in some cases, severe. The out-of-service rate stood at 19.3%, which is consistent with the past 5 years. We had a peak of 20.3% in 2022. Inspections averaged 1.74 violations per truck, slightly above the 5-year low. In the first quarter of this year, trucking recorded 645 fatal crashes, according to Wingfield. Each fatal accident costs an estimated $7.2 million, creating a significant economic burden alongside the human toll. The consequences of unlicensed operation. Operating a truck without proper credential carries severe legal repercussions. It will vary by circumstance. For those who've never been licensed, misdemeanor charges up to 6 months in jail, fines up to $1,000, a ban from operating trucks for up to 120 days. For exceeding license limits, similar penalties apply for operating beyond license class or without endorsements, like an air brake certification. Now, some states offer renewal grace periods, but driving with an expired license may result in misdemeanor charges. Operating with a revoked license, particularly due to impaired driving, can lead to mandatory jail time, higher fines, extended or permanent loss of driving privileges. Now, he said stricter enforcement of existing regulations could improve highway conditions, making our highways far safer. It could also impact the economics of trucking, likely increasing trucking rates by reducing capacity. This debunked driver shortage narrative may have prompted lower industry standards to fill the roles, contrasting with the historical image of truckers as those skilled knights of the road. A 4-year trend indicates 4.07% of truckers lack valid licenses. It's 4.06 in the current year, he says. That 4% of truckers that lack proper credentials is a pressing concern for everybody on the road, given the weight and the risk of these vehicles. Ensuring that operators are fully trained and licensed is critical for regulators and the industry. So you think about 4%. Yeah, that's quite a few drivers out there. This could be one of them. From CDL Life this past day, you would have to see the video to get the full impression of what took place here. But you'd be saying, what in the hell was this driver thinking? Yeah, the truck driver is at large after getting stuck in a historic cemetery and ditching his trailer over the weekend. This past weekend at the Spring Hill Cemetery in Charleston, West Virginia, according to WCHS-TV, the truck driver took his tractor trailer through the winding roads of the cemetery for unknown reasons, yet damaging multiple concrete walls and headstones all along the way before finally getting stuck. At which point he unhooked the damn trailer and took the bobtail out of the cemetery, leaving the dropped trailer with the reefer unit still running. Police called to the scene. You found the tire tracks, the overturned headstones, the headstones, the wall damage along the road that ultimately ends up at a dead end within the property. The apparent owners of the trailer were contacted and only said that the incident is under investigation. A heavy wrecker had to come in and tow the trailer backwards up the narrow roadway. Officials say maybe bad GPS directions could have led this driver into this historic cemetery. But at press time, this driver hasn't even been found.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is speaking before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to discuss his department's proposed budget request. One of the biggest priorities for the current administration, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
All you need is time to be able to enrich at a higher level. And they've already proven the ability to enrich at a higher level. In fact, they have, and are doing so now. In fact, their legislative branch passed a law requiring them to break JCPOA and enrich way beyond, well beyond 60%.
Severe weather is threatening almost 60 million people in the central and southern United States. States like Kentucky and Tennessee, along with parts of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama, are most likely to see thunderstorms starting in the afternoon and going throughout the night. The storms may bring large hail, heavy winds, and potential tornadoes. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
We were talking about the solar panels earlier in the program. When we were chatting there with the two-time Hall of Fame bull hauler. And I found the photograph and the little statement about this massive, I don't know how many acres were covered here, but it was in Nebraska where the massive hailstorm destroyed this community's 14,000 solar panels. It was a 5.2 megawatt solar panel installation. I mean, literally destroyed. Now, it says they will not be recycled. Toxic substances like cadmium are leaking into the field and into the water. and it'll be contaminated for like 300 years. That I cannot verify for that. But it doesn't sound very eco-friendly, does it? And I was just mentioning, we've seen tons of these storms producing very large hail in recent weeks. Now, I would presume these solar panel fields all over the country are being hammered. Meanwhile, I haven't heard from Braindead this morning, but the company he works for, a.k.a. Kroger, which of course is based in my hometown, Cincinnati, Ohio, a couple days ago announced they're going to be hiring thousands of workers across their network of stores. Kroger, the nation's largest operator of traditional supermarkets, announcing they're going to hire some 15,000 workers for roles that the grocer said will enhance the customer experience in their stores, including cashiers, baggers, deli and bakery clerks, pharmacy technicians, delivery drivers, and more. Now, this was a local report from what they call the Cincinnati Business Courier, where the spokesperson said more than 500 of those jobs are going to be here in like the Cincinnati-Dayton division. But this new hiring comes under the leadership of what is currently the interim chief executive officer and chairman Ron Sargent, who took the helm after the previous CEO and chairman, Rodney McMullen, resigned back in early March after a board investigation of his personal conduct, which they don't really say what that meant. Unrelated to the business, they said the conduct was inconsistent with the policy on business ethics. But the announcement of the hiring of more in-store workers came on the heels of Kroger saying that they've shut down their Ship service, which provided home delivery for third-party products. That was kind of viewed as a way for Kroger to combat the online giants like Amazon delivery service and the online marketplaces developed by the likes of Walmart and Target. But yeah, Kroger is the region's largest public company by revenue. Yeah, bringing in $150 billion in 2023. Yeah, Kroger employs a total like 414,000 people around the country. So I'm thinking, well, we've seen this trend, and I have definitely noticed, like all the other retailers, fewer and fewer cashiers. Yeah, more and more of the self-checkout stuff, which really becomes a hassle. When you've got a whole cart full of groceries, and they expect you to do the self-checkout thing. I mean, you talk about a royal pain in the you-know-what. Yeah, they have at least expanded some of the self-checkouts to be lines where they actually have the conveyor belt that you can scan more items and then go bag them up when you're done scanning. But I think that would be trending toward trying to have more cashier lanes open. I think that would be a good thing. 844-844-3388. Well, Sundance has something on his mind. What's going on, Sundance?
Hey, buddy. You got me?
Yes.
Hey, it's been a while. I've been working and I'm listening. I just want to say, I went out and got on another lease purchase deal. And I'm going to give you guys a little hint on how to fix if they're not making it, because I wasn't making it at the beginning. You have to buy your own fuel. You have to save up your money, do the Mudflap app, because what they're doing in the arithmetic, once again, they're taking the fuel surcharge back off the loads. And once you pay for your own fuel, I went from bringing home 39 cents a mile to $1 a mile. And then I take away my fuel, which cost me about 27 cents. So I'm at 73 cents now, which is what I thought I should have been at. But if you buy your own fuel, and all I did was buy my own fuel, everything works out fine. I bring home about $3,300 a week now versus $1,000. Supreme Court of Alabama on my case, which took it to the Supreme Court of Alabama, said that they reaffirmed the lower court decision, but they also gave no opinion. Both courts gave no opinion, Steve. You ever heard anything such as that?
I haven't really dealt with litigation stuff, so I don't know how often that happens. I have no idea.
But there's no opinion on who's right, who's wrong, or nothing. It just tossed the case out with no opinion by either court.
So it's a wash. All for naught?
Well, no. I got that company under surveillance, falsifying their logs. I'll make sure the DOT gets pictures of them, where they're at, where they're doing, and where they're supposed to be. So we'll see how much that costs. You ain't gonna mess with me and steal my money. It ain't gonna cost you nothing. I try to do it through the court system. That don't work, Steve. Your country ain't what you think it is. Because them boys stole $96,000 from me over a 2-year period. And they're continuing to steal from them drivers that are working for them. And they're making about $2 million a year extra. So, yep. And you see, this is why the Luigi guy probably did what he did. What do you think?
The who? The Luigi guy?
Yeah.
Anybody know who the Luigi guy is? I'm not sure, but all right. Sundance. Yeah. Get some rest. Hello to Hired Gun. How we been? Haven't checked in a while. Good morning to all the cool kids out there. Remember the last time IndyCar came to Atlanta? We're going back roughly 30 years ago, long before the new resurface work. Race was won by Scott Sharp. Lap and a half ahead of the rest of the field. His average speed, 226.4 mile per hour. The rest of the field was suffering from G-lock, what they call G-force loss of consciousness, due to the force of the high banks and the speed combination. That doesn't sound like a good thing, right? Yeah, Sharp was able to handle the G-forces because of his long-term time as an aerobatic airshow pilot. Others didn't have that kind of training. IndyCar said they would not come back to Atlanta because of that. Too perfect of a track for their cars. Of course, it's now been reworked, increasing the banking and turning it into what they call a short restrictor plate track, almost like a mini Daytona there. And yeah, we confirmed that a couple weeks ago. I didn't realize that with the change in configuration, Atlanta is actually using restrictor plate activity there. Thanks for the update, Hired Gun. He said he was actually there at the race. Morning to Rick in Columbus. I haven't seen an update. How did your Reds do this past evening? Did they make it 6 in a row? I'll double check. It's 844-844-3388. Get on back to, there's Brain Dead. Speaking of, I guess his ears were burning. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Oh, not too much, Steve. Just trying to leave the warehouse, and I heard your lovely voice talk about Kroger because this is something that's been needed for the last 2 years. I guess finally some CEO or somebody decided to give up their bonus and their golf time to actually hire people to work. Because there's a lot of these stores that are understaffed. And there's a lot of these managers that need to go. The managers are more worried about their budget than actually getting the work done. And let me explain. Corinth, Mississippi store, when I used to run in the overnight freight here about 4 or 5 months ago, went down there. Their store needs 5 people to stock every night. It's a fairly small store. There's only 2. Why? Because they're cutting budget. They're cutting hours. I mean, if instead of working 40 hours a week, if you get 30 right now, you're lucky. And don't even think about part-time because they're cut them down to less than 10 hours a week. I don't know how in the world these people plan to survive. And that'll be another part of a subject that I want to talk about. But the sad part is they have some sort of AI screening system here that will not hire good people. They hire this trash. I mean, literally people that just don't want to work. You know, and they keep them around. I see it all the time, unloading the trailer. You know, we're on the time. And I tell them we're timed. We have a certain set of hours to, once we leave the warehouse to when we get back. And waiting around here is not helping matters any. So, and 99.9% of the stores I go to, oh yeah, they're really good. But it just seems like this company only cares about the big stores or the marketplaces because they're the high-end stores that produce the most revenue, not the little bitty store in Corinth, Mississippi that is fighting the Walmart store and maybe Save-A-Lot or a little mom-and-pop grocery store. So at least they're going in the right direction. Now, the other thing, too, is about this warehouse. They need to be hiring people that are more intelligent because, like I told people before, the only people they hire here for the warehouse is breathing pulse and no intelligence. Trust me, if you see some of the pictures like Dingbat has, and I think maybe Eskimo Mom as well, you would sit there and just shake your head and like, wow, okay, you know, you got to have more sense than this. So, but Steve, I got some sports stuff for you tonight. But I heard our fine feathered friend there call in and talk about Memphis that he knows nothing about. And Steve, I want you to fact check me real quick because I know you're handy dandy with the Google. Now, Steve, if Eagle actually had gone to Google and researched this, he would have known how many murders we've had so far this year. 113 so far. Well, actually, that is a little bit of a decrease if I remember reading right. Because, see, I get our information from our local news. Not TikTok, not Facebook, not wherever. The actual news, like Fox 13 Memphis, WMC TV, Memphis. We hear this all the time. Knucklebuster can back me up on this. Dingbat can back me up on this. The problem with the crime is the police department. In 2021, we have this interim director still named C.J. Davis, who's more worried about pleasing people and kissing, well, you know what, than actually doing police work. Now, see, the problem with this the problem with the crime in this city is the gangs. The gangs are running amok. Why? The 5 people that are on trial for Tyree Nichols' death were part of that unit that monitored and tracked the gangs. The down there at 201 Poplar, which is our local jail, everybody has a record of every known gang member there is. Those gangs in the jail, it doesn't matter if it's the Gangster Disciples, Vice Lords, Crips, Bloods, does not matter. They recruit in the jail. These young kids think that going to jail is a badge of honor. It's like Becky, Eskimo Mom that got her 2 million miles, she's got a badge of honor. These kids think the same thing. And why? Because these teenagers run amok. Because Mama here is a single mom because Dad ran away, and she's having to work 2 and 3 and 4 jobs just to make ends meet for herself and little Johnny here. And little Johnny joins the gang because he wants something to do and feels important, and he has to be part of a clique, so to speak. So now Eagle also said that we should round these people up and ship them to El Salvador. These are American kids. These are African-American black kids. So how in the world do we take somebody that's an American citizen and ship them to El Salvador? Please enlighten me. I would love to know this. Because, Steve, when Tony Armstrong or Director Godwin was in office and was in the police chief role, the murders were 200 or less. This is what happens when you put somebody in charge of a police department of a major city that is not qualified. The best person qualified will not take the position, and that's Major Caroline Davis. And if you ever watch the first 48, you will see her. See, it's just like Tony Armstrong with those parts, so to speak. I'm not trying to get you banned off the air for what I was going to say. But that's what this city needs. If they're going to get the crime under control, they need to get that idiot C.J. Davis out of office and put Major Davis in there. Because Steve, I know if you can watch this show called Drugged Inc., find the episode from Memphis. There was a housing project that has now gone away called Foot Homes. It was overran by the gangs. You think with the apartment complex in Denver that had the gang problem was bad? This was worse. And I'm telling you right now, these gangs are heavily armed. They make the military weak. They're that heavily armed. And they don't care about anybody, anything, anywhere, anytime. They will take you out if they want it. They don't care. They're willing to die for their gang. It's a loyalty. It's a brotherhood. So, anyway, Steve.
You feel better? I guess, I don't know, maybe what he was referencing was, I guess, the FBI director, Kash Patel, actually, over the weekend on Fox News, said that Memphis is the homicide capital of America.
Actually, no. St. Louis is the new capital. Yeah,
right.
Is the new murder capital of the world of the U.S. right now, because our murders have gone down about 29.5% compared to last year. The property crime has decreased by 19.5%. So, and this is the thing too. We live in West Memphis, and I know Knucklebuster lives somewhere south of the city. We could tell you right now, these areas, they don't play. They don't play when it comes to this crime. The Arkansas Highway Patrol, they will pit you in a heartbeat. They don't care. Tennessee Highway Patrol, it's the same way. They don't care. The city is so handcuffed by all these police pursuits, they cannot pull you over. Even if you have a busted headlight, can't pull you over. You bypass a cop doing 100 mile an hour in a 40 mile an hour speed zone. They can't do nothing about it. You run a red light and cause a traffic accident. Can't do nothing about it. That's how handcuffed these guys are. And Dingbat will tell you, she knows people still in the Memphis PD. They're retiring left and right. You don't have anybody new coming in to replace the ones that are retiring left and right. And they're retiring right because that idiot C.J. Davis that's in office. So, Steve, we can go two ways with this now. I'm going to let you pick. We can go college football or baseball. Which way do you want to go?
Let's do baseball.
Baseball. Hey, wrong notes. I knew you were going to go that way. Rafael Furcal, I know Brother Rambler will know that name. He was arrested for aggravated battery and assault with a deadly weapon by throwing an object in a public and private dwelling. Both of these are felonies. Apparently, this stemmed from a parking lot altercation, so to speak. So, needless to say, he's going to be having some serious money to pay out because the gentleman did get hit with a rock. So now I did a little digging and a little research and looking around. Now I know we're fairly new into the season. We're about 60 days away from the All-Star game. So let's look at the playoff picture as it was right now. So I know Rick in Columbus, I know you're listening, buddy, so turn it up. So the Reds look like they can make the wild card, but they've got to stay at this pace. They've got to be healthy. They got to stay consistently healthy. Now, they do look a lot older and more mature. As you look at the veterans they brought in, Dela Cruz and McClain look a lot more mature, along with Hunter Green and Lodelo. The other key to being healthy is staying healthy. Hunter Green, I'm going to tell you right now, if the way he's going to be a Cy Young candidate. And Lodelo is showing why he was a good pick. Now, they do have some solid backup with Chase Burns in the farm league. Plus, you got Rhett Lauder, who is working on a back injury. Plus, with the arms of Carson Spears and Whitey Miller coming back soon, it's going to help them. So, let's see. I know, Brother Rambler, you're probably listening. So here's your one about your Braves. They started this season 0-7, which is worst start since 2016. There have been no teams in baseball that have started 0-7 and made the playoffs, and only 2 have made it to 500. What helped with the turnaround is Acuna is back, but he's not 100%, as offense was their main problem early on. They have added Sean Murphy and Alex Verdugo. That's the 2 biggest things that's going to help them. While at the same time, though, Matt Olson and Ozzie Albies are starting to struggle and holding them back. Spencer Strider is getting back into the rotation, and that's a positive way to go. But they do have some stuff. They do have some stiff competition with the Mets, especially their starting set.
And I do believe we lost connection. All right there. Brain dead, thank you very much. Well, we're up to the news break as it is, so let's take care of business. We'll be back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. China is accusing the U.S. of undermining a preliminary trade agreement.
A spokesperson for China's Commerce Ministry says a U.S. industry warning not to use Chinese-made chips amounted to discriminatory practices. Beijing also called on the Trump administration to immediately correct its wrong practices and to stop discriminatory measures against China. High-level trade talks between the two countries on May the 10th led to a 90-day pause on most tariffs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A flight from San Diego to Honolulu was grounded before takeoff this morning after a passenger made a bomb threat.
San Diego Harbor Police were called at 8:48 a.m. after the pilot of Hawaiian Airlines Flight 15 reported a passenger making a bomb threat just as the plane was pulling away from the gate. Takeoff was aborted. All 293 passengers and crew were evacuated to the tarmac, and all luggage was offloaded and searched. There was nothing suspicious found. The all-clear was given a short time later, and no other flights were impacted. I'm Jack Cronin.
Travelers are seeing lower prices at the gas pump ahead of the Memorial Day weekend compared to last year.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of regular gas in the U.S. is $3.17. That's compared to an average price of $3.59 a year ago. Mississippi is seeing the cheapest gas at $2.66 a gallon, while California has the most expensive at $4.89 a gallon. AAA forecast more than 39 million people will travel by car this holiday weekend. I'm Michael Kastner.
It's last call for Norm Peterson. George Wendt has passed away.
Cheers star George Wendt is dead at the age of 76. His family said he died in his sleep on Tuesday. Wendt starred as Norm Peterson in the hit sitcom and was nominated 6 straight times for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a comedy series at the Emmys. After Cheers went off the air, he was given his own sitcom called The George Wendt Show. Wendt also appeared in films like The Little Rascals and Airplane 2, the sequel. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Authentic Brands Group is purchasing Dockers in a 9-figure deal.
Levi Strauss, who created the khaki and chinos brand in the 1980s, said its sale of Dockers had an initial value of $311 million, subject to customary adjustments and closing conditions. According to Levi Strauss, the purchase of the intellectual property and Dockers U.S. and Canadian operations is anticipated to close in late July, followed by the rest of the brand's operations in January of next year. I'm Brian Shook.
People living near a golf course have a higher risk of developing Parkinson's disease.
A study published this month in JAMA Network Open found that people living within a mile of a golf course have a 126% higher risk of getting Parkinson's than those who live more than 6 miles away. Researchers suspect the use of pesticides on golf courses is linked to the higher risk. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
An L.A. landlord is no longer blasting the kids' song Baby Shark to deter homeless, but a tenant is offering an alternative.
Shalom Styles operates Styles Barber Lounge in the downtown building. He says the landlord was receiving complaints about the music and didn't want to be cited for disturbing the peace, so he stopped. Styles says the LA Mission reached out to him.
They asked me, they said, hey, are you willing to get haircuts? I said, yeah, when they get the hell out of here.
He believes the homeless are responsible for posting bad reviews about his business online.
I don't even know how you guys have a phone.
He says he's happy to give free haircuts if the homeless leave and leave his business alone. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into Hump Day. Midweek. Yeah, we started looking toward the extended Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial kickoff of summer. Yeah, definitely the kickoff of grilling season. Yeah, let me start this hour. I did a quick search there, as Brain Dead requested. And I came across, this was like from the Memphis Commercial Appeal and another Memphis website. The question, is Memphis the homicide capital of America, as the FBI director asserted over the weekend? Kash Patel's statement came during a Fox News show on Sunday, on which he also promised a task force to clean up the homicide problem in the city. But is it the homicide capital, really? Maybe, according to the analysis by the Memphis Flyer. But finding a clear answer to what appears to be a simple question is not a clear-cut task. Law enforcement agencies slice and dice crime numbers differently. There is no report from experts yet available for this year, 25. While the Memphis Shelby Crime Commission would likely be the expert on Memphis's place on the homicide rate in the country, a request for guidance for this story was not immediately answered. So to get the latest information, we calculated the current murder rates of some of the usually top-ranked cities. We took the number of murders, divided those by the city's population, multiply that by 100,000 to get a per capita number. As for comparable cities, we started with St. Louis, who had the highest murder rate of any American city in 24. St. Louis had a total homicide rate of around 69 per capita last year. Memphis was around 40 per capita for 25. This year so far, the St. Louis Metro Police have reported 48 homicides. That gives the population of about 280,000 a homicide rate of 17 per capita. But the police department did not report homicides separately from murders. Now, Memphis, using the same formula, has a homicide rate of 17.8 per capita so far this year, slightly higher than St. Louis, but the Memphis police reports murders separately from homicides. And the Memphis murder rate so far in 25, 97 total murders, is 15.8 per capita, just below that of St. Louis. Other cities usually high on the homicide rate rankings have fallen so far this year. Baltimore's homicide rate at 6.8 per capita. New Orleans at 9.6 per capita. Memphis Mayor Paul Young's office offered no guidance on comparing homicide rates, but he did issue a statement. Memphis police has always collaborated with federal agencies on addressing violent crime. We're encouraged by any effort that brings more resources to the city. Yet we look forward to learning more from our federal law enforcement partners, but locally we are already seeing results through the recent Fugitive Task Force and other operations. We've taken fugitives off the streets and disrupted gang activity across the city. With stronger collaboration and steady local leadership, we'll keep pushing to make every Memphis neighborhood safer. Now, Kash Patel's statement brought quick backlash from the residents of Memphis, figuring it could be just another Trump administration official favoring hyperbole over accuracy. But again, it may depend on where he got his information. Patel said homicide, not murder. There is a difference. Homicide is an incident in which one person kills another. Killing in self-defense, for example, is a justifiable homicide, not murder. Same with fatal car accidents. Murder is homicide with intent to kill. While it sounds like splitting hairs, maybe the two things are different. And there's nothing uniform about crime statistics. Agencies collect and report this information differently. The Memphis police, they may release figures for homicides rather than murders. Not every homicide is a murder. And for certain violent crimes like aggravated assault, the Memphis police track incidents while the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation data is based on the number of victims. One incident can actually involve multiple victims. Splitting hairs, but for what it's worth, I guess Kash Patel was alluding to the fact that we're going to try to get some help in there, right? So, 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Brother Rambler.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive, hosted by Steve Summers. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. West of Mississippi, call Steve at 844-844-3388. East of the Mississippi, call Steve at 844-844-3388. International callers, call Steve now at 844-844-3388. Special hotline set up for anybody who is in Phoenix, Arizona, March 13, 1997, and was abducted by the Phoenix Lights. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388.
That's
and
awesome.
now, here is your host of the Overnight Drive, Steve Summers. What's going on, Steve?
Live from the secret bunker, Southwest Ohio.
So we're in the middle of the ocean, the Ohio River. Praise God. Hey, man, good to be on the air with you. Figured I'd do a little plug for you there. Shout out to Ely, Nevada. Welcome everyone out there in the high desert. Shout out to Houston, Texas, home of over 4 million people. So I know we got at least 50,000 listening to us out there. So call in Houston, let us know what's going on. And Houston, if you got a problem, call Steve now at 844-844-3388. But we're glad to be on the air with you. Praise God. A little bit of NHL news. We are in the Eastern Conference Championship and the Western Conference Championship. And the Eastern Conference was held tonight between the Florida Panthers and the Carolina Hurricanes. And Florida took that game 5-4. I believe it's 5-4 in game number one of the East in the East Conference Finals. West Conference is tomorrow night, a rematch between the Dallas Stars and the Edmonton Oilers. And that's going to be played in Dallas. So last year that went all the way to Game 7, which Edmonton pulled out and won. We could be looking at another rematch of the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers again, which would be all right. you're a Boston Bruins fan, you got to be pulling for Florida, because that's where Brad Marchand is at right now. And I know if Dirty Harry's listening, he's a diehard Boston Bruins fan. I know, I hate that they had to get rid of him, but hey, he can finally win him a Stanley Cup, or maybe he's already won one, he'll win another one. But any way you see it, we got basketball. It's about to wrap up. Hockey's about to wrap up. Baseball's in full swing. College football will be kicking off here soon. So we're going to get knee deep in sports. And you mentioned grilling season.
Yes.
Of course, we do want to make mention of Memorial Day. We want to celebrate our fallen comrades that fought in many, many wars, and not just veterans of foreign wars and wars, but also first responders who was killed in action as well. So, as we put hamburgers and hot dogs and kick off the grilling season, let us remember our fallen comrades, our fallen brave men and women, and you know what would make your drink taste better? Steve, that's if they just go to that site that we love so much, overnightdriveradio.com, and able to go get one of those 30-ounce travel mugs and to keep it nice and cool. And trust me, I was just in Picayune, Mississippi. I opened up the cab of the truck to step out, and about 3 or 4 mosquitoes already flew in. I'm like, man, come on. So I guess the mosquito trucks would be going around neighborhoods spraying and killing bugs and everything like that. And you'll be sitting around the grill swatting bugs and cursing at the weather and everything like that. But hey, while you're doing so, while you're remembering the fallen ones that our fallen comrades that should be grilling out but not grilling out, remember, keep that drink cold, overnightdriveradio.com. Steve, I tell you what, man, I heard from a good friend earlier yesterday morning, and we've been praying for this sweet lady named Polly Metz. Polly Metz has made heaven her eternal home. She's went home to be with the Lord, and I want to thank everyone for praying for this sweet lady. She had a heck of a fight, and she fought all the way to the end. And I want to thank you all out there for praying for Miss Polly. She's in no more pain. Praise God for that. No more pain. The Bible tells me, Steve, when I think about heaven, when I, just imagine what heaven's going to be like. I mean, I can go on and on and on, take up the entire 5-hour show describing what heaven could be like, but we really just don't know until we get there. But she's getting to experience something that we've never experienced, and that is stuff that we've never seen. Our eyes have not seen, or ears have not heard the kingdom that God has prepared for his children that truly love him. So, and just not Miss Polly, there are a lot of people, Steve, that are listening to the sound of my voice right now who have lost a loved one. Their loved one is fighting a battle, and, they're the battle's about to be, I don't want to say lost, because when you know Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, we're all going to die one day. It's inevitable. You, me, we're all going to have to face death. It's a matter of where you go when you die, because you're going to spend eternity somewhere. You're either going to be in the God's glorious heaven or in the devil's red hell. And Steve, I made my choice many years ago, March 31st, 1991. I walked the aisle and made Jesus Christ number one in my life. And he's been there, and I hadn't been the perfect person. I've lied to the Lord, been a many a times where I've drank too much when I used to drink and swore, Lord, I'll never do it again. And guess what? I'll get out there and do it again. But, you come to the realization you got to have him. And I'm glad that I got him. And Miss Polly has him. And some of your loved ones who is now passed on, they had the Lord Jesus Christ. And as a parent, I can't think of anything more important I can do than to make sure that my children know Jesus Christ as their personal Lord and Savior. We'd all like to send our children to college and better education, trade school.
and all that's good. But I think, Steve, the most important thing we can do as parents and grandparents is to make sure our children and grandchildren have the Lord Jesus Christ, the blood applied to their life. So, and if you're going through something or you're just missing your loved one, whenever you pray, ask the Lord, say, Father, in the name of Jesus, my mother's up there with you, my dad's up there with you, or my child's up there with you. Just ask the Lord, say, Lord, give them a hug for me. Tell them that I love them, and tell them I'll be up there to see them soon. That's all it takes. Well, Steve, I believe I took up too much of y'all's time. I know you got to get to a couple of commercials, and you got other callers calling in. I want you to know, God's children, that I do pastor a church called Determined Ministries Church. You're more than welcome to come every Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. We love to have you. Steve, we had a great message last Sunday. Go back and watch it if you so care to do so. Determined Ministries Church on Facebook. And we do have a YouTube page, which I'm going to be on vacation. Matter of fact, that starts this Friday. And I'll be on vacation all next week, which I'm going to try and upload some more of our videos to our YouTube page. Just go and check us out. Love to have you. Go check out Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, and that wonderful website that I just told you about. And the only thing I can leave you, God's children, is how I feel about you, and that's love. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And let's pray also for one more person. I heard about a man named Mr. Fred Blankenship, who has got another battle going on. Let's keep Brother Fred in your prayers as well. Now, Steve, we'll talk to y'all later. God bless. I love y'all. Bye now.
All right. If we don't talk to you before, and enjoy some time off there, a little vacation time to kick off unofficially summertime.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Yo, Knucklebuster came across a story from The Drive this past day. And you sent it my way to share with you. Of course, a lot of folks are looking forward to a lot of racing action during the Memorial Day weekend, right? It's so much more than just the Indy 500, the Coca-Cola 600, and of course you've got the Le Mans, and of course dirt tracks, straight line racing. Everybody be out there doing their thing, weather permitting. But I found this kind of comical. Forget about Formula One. Yeah, the Dakar Rally, the 24-hour Le Mans, something a whole lot more exciting is coming to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway this Friday, May the 23rd. What could that be? Well, 6 examples of the Wienermobile. Yeah, the infamous Oscar Mayer Wienermobiles will take to the track, racing each other in what's being called the Weenie 500. And no, we're not kidding. You can't make this stuff up. Oscar Mayer is sending 6 Wienermobiles to the track for the first time. And it's not just any old track. It's the same circuit that will host the sold-out Indy 500 this Sunday. The winner will be crowned after just 2 laps of the 2.5-mile-long oval, though. According to Oscar Mayer, the same men and women who drive the Wienermobiles all around the country are going to actually be racing them. Does not sound like Oscar Mayer is going to make any mechanical modifications to the 6 hot dog-shaped trucks before letting them loose on the track. So do not expect to see any record-breaking speeds or hear the likes of Formula One exhaust sounds. But yeah, we did learn power comes from a Chevrolet V8 engine and that the 27-foot-long, 11-foot-tall body hides a frame similar to the one you'll find under, say, a UPS truck. Okay? Each Wienermobile will represent a different regional hot dog. There's the Chai Dog, representing the Midwest. At number 1, the New York Dog for the East Coast. The Slaw Dog for the Southeast. The Sonoran Dog, representing the Southwest. The Seattle Dog for the Northwest. And last but sure as hell not least, the Chili Dog, racing for the South. Each driver will actually have a custom-made hot dogger suit. Can't wait to see that. Now, which dog will win? Of course, there are no lap times for practice or qualifying, but the race will be streamed live on the Fox Sports app starting on Friday, 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Or that would be 11 o'clock a.m. for our friends on the West Coast. If you don't have the Fox Sports app, you can also catch all the live streamed action by following IndyCar on Fox via social media. The Weenie 500, the Wienermobiles. Everybody be careful out there. You know, don't want to see any hot dogs bouncing off each other out there along that 2.5-mile track. All right, as we roll toward news break here, bottom of the hour coming up. When we come back, it looks like Plowboy wants to chime in. Eagle is back on board with some additional comments about the truck drivers, the accidents out there. A blind man had called in our final hour last evening, and he was talking about tornadoes that had touched down in Baltimore, and I had not heard of that last week. And yes, I think it was Eskimo Mom set the story my way that the National Weather Service confirmed not one but 2 tornadoes touched down during those severe storms Friday in Baltimore and led to Dundalk. The survey teams had been out there. We'll give you more details coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is speaking before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to discuss his department's proposed budget request. One of the biggest priorities for the current administration, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
All you need is time to be able to enrich at a higher level, and they've already proven the ability to enrich at a higher level. In fact, they have, and are doing so now. In fact, their legislative branch passed a law requiring them to break JCPOA and enrich way beyond, well beyond 60%.
Severe weather is threatening almost 60 million people in the central and southern United States. States like Kentucky and Tennessee, along with parts of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama, are most likely to see thunderstorms starting in the afternoon and going throughout the night. The storms may bring large hail, heavy winds, and potential tornadoes. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It looks like Hired Gun says he's calling it a night. Time for a nap. So I can try and keep the boss, or 3, happy for another day. Everybody have a large day. Keep the painted side on top. Good advice. Thank you much. Yeah, Mark chimes in. He said Memphis's old claim to fame was Elvis. Yet now it's murder? Bring in the U.S. Marshals. They don't play around. Meanwhile, all right, good to have you on board. 844-844-3388. Looks like 5-7 waking up here. Starting a new day. Go Navy. Copy in the mail, as he loves to say. 4 cake donuts in the microwave, 30 seconds, and a hot black cup of Maxwell House coffee to kick off the day. There you go. All right, Plowboy. Promise we get to him next out of the news break. What's going on this morning, Plowboy?
Well, good morning, Steve. Not too much, but Hammer. Damn it. Here's the name on my brain. Oh, hell. I'm sorry, I can't. Heat wave. Was talking about, I came up with that tune that just stayed in my brain a long damn time. And that was, those were the days when they used to come on with All in the Family.
All in the Family. Yes. Yep.
Yes, sir. Never duplicated. I mean, yeah, they thought it was a lot of bad things going on in there, but Carol O'Connor and George Jefferson were the best of damn friends. I heard that long time.
All the way back then in the 70s, you know, the girls were girls and men were men. You know, remember that? It's
Amen.
Yeah.
Preach it, brother. Exactly. And what was he always talking about? Them damn Democrats in D.C. was going to run us to the poorhouse. And boy, he nailed it, didn't he? 50 years later. But yeah, amazing. I always said he had probably the PhD and the smartest of them. And what was he always fighting? That we end up fighting later on. That damn meathead, Rob
Reiner.
Rob. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Who ultimately, you know, and Rob Reiner in real life turned out to be pretty much he played the part, the meathead. That was turned out to be his true beliefs. Carol O'Connor, on the other hand, he played the part perfectly, but in the real world, he was nothing like the guy he played there on the show.
Then he went to making the heat of the night, and that was really totally off key compared to Flea. But Steve, you're talking about that. I know exactly where that big solar farm was, but if you look around, there's numerous of them solar farms that got struck.
Oh, yeah?
That's Scottsbluff, Nebraska, the one you're talking about. Pretty sure of it, because they were about ready to flip the switch and go totally solar in that region, because we used to haul a lot of chemicals and a lot of seed up where they grow a lot of beans up in there, edible beans, like if you put in your soups and all that good stuff. But yeah, and there was 4,000 acre solar farm struck in Texas somewhere, and back in 24. I ain't heard anything going on this year, but yeah, it's just they got something that they call hail stow now, STOW. That somehow they can flip them now. I don't know how they can. If they come from a different direction, it looks like it just beat the stones out of them.
Mm-hmm.
But so they're not. So they don't take the impact from the hail. But I'm sorry, you talking about baseball size hail, or even grapefruit size, or lemon size? Some of them have been saying, the hell, that'd be enough to ruin them. But it just a lot of these areas are not made for it. Maybe out west where they don't have a lot of hail, yeah, it might go over. But no, we don't need them covering up our land, especially when you're telling us how badly it was poisoning them. All the cadmium and
the cadmium. I mean, that's that particular headline stated that. I don't know. I'd have to do a little research, ask maybe Vic might know, and if none of that stuff can be recycled, where do they all end up? I don't know.
Exactly, kind of like some of these windmills.
The turbines.
Recycling for them big blades. Yeah, thank you. Did anybody ever answer that question? He couldn't think of his name. I still can't think of his name either. It's a foreign name. Sundance was talking about basically taking up for that yahoo that killed that big insurance executive back here a little while back.
The Luigi thing. Okay, is that what he meant?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's who I garnered off that one. But now for the fun stuff. Is there going to be any wind in Indianapolis?
As far as I have not checked the Indy forecast for the upcoming weekend.
I have to ask this one, my friend. I have to ask this question because them Wienermobiles, they cannot put up with any wind. They get tossed in California quite regularly. I've seen some of them laying on their side due to wind, and I'm thinking, speed, they're top heavy.
Right.
But this could get interesting. But, no, the Slaw Dog is going to come in second. The Chili Dog in first due to gas pressure. But you missed one of them dogs going to be in that race. Where's your Skyline Chili Dog at? Did he not make the race? Did he not qualify?
No, they don't use Oscar Mayer wieners, I don't think.
Oh, damn. Okay. I hear you, bro. But, no, other than that, we got a quiet cool crisp night going on, and we're looking at Sunday. Hell, I may have to break out the long handles again. 50 degrees for daytime highs and 50 degrees for the overnight low. I mean, we're about ready to put spring back in the box. But other than that, that's all I got for tonight. So, yep. Oh, Steve, I did have one question.
Yeah.
Where did you get that about the gas prices at? I've got an argument on that one, sir. I live up here in Kansas City, Missouri area. We got three nice racks that pump pretty good amount of fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, brother, I've seen our prices up here in Kansas City land go up. I just paid $2.99 for a gallon of 87. And that's cheap grade unleaded gas. $2.90, and back I've noticed where our gas prices went up. I think $3.14 for diesel up here at the QT and at the Sam's Club, and that's when you said it going down, and we were right 9 cents under national average. That's a little bit eerie, especially when they said we could see this going on. Did you say till Labor Day? Or July somewhere when they predicted
the lower prices is what. Yeah, I mean, we were at like $3.17 a week ago, and it was down. I said to $2.97 yesterday, so that's a pretty significant drop.
Wow, yours went down and mine went up.
Yeah.
I'll be down. Oh, okay. But I do have one quick question. Can we not charge this refilling the strategic oil reserves? Can we not charge that back to the damn Democrats? Because that's all it was. The Democrats trying to get in office and Joe Biden giving away that strategic oil reserves. That's all it was. What, $1 million to $1 million?
$1 million barrels a day, yeah. It's like for 180 days worth. Yeah, I mean, what was the price tag? $1.something billion, I guess. And I have no recollection of, what the price per barrel was when we were taking the oil out of the SPR, but yeah, they had been holding off. What they wanted to get back below, was it 75, 74, if memory serves. Now it's down to 60-something, so I don't know how much lower it can go, but maybe jump on the opportunity. I don't think we're going to see $50 a barrel again. Those days are gone, but your inquiry about Indy's weather. All right. Yeah, obviously, weather changes from day to day. The threat of severe weather is over, but the soggy pattern in Indianapolis will persist, they say, through Thursday. Yeah, there will be more dry breaks compared to what we saw yesterday, but we're not forecasting completely dry days. Forecast highs in the middle 60s for Wednesday, lower 60s Thursday. This is kind of sweatshirt and umbrella weather. Sunshine is back for Carb Day Friday, but it's still going to be cool in the middle 60s. We're forecasting morning sunshine, afternoon clouds for Friday, and for the parade on Saturday. Now, if you're getting to your seats early on Saturday for the AES 500 Festival Parade, grab the jacket. Morning temps are going to be in the mid-40s. Highs Saturday forecast in the upper 60s. And the cooler-than-average temperature trend's going to kind of linger into the end of the weekend and early next week. The average highs in the middle 70s, but we're forecast to be in the middle and upper 60s right on through next Tuesday after Memorial Day. I know everybody's talking about the Indy 500 and Memorial Day right now. It's going to be cool, and at the moment, we're at least expecting some rain on Monday. Some of the latest longer-range data hints at some rain early on Sunday. Of course, we will be upgrading the forecast as the weekend gets closer. And I can tell you, undoubtedly, it will change several times between now and the race next Monday. But we'll be right back.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Alrighty, rolling into a hump day. See if Eagle's hanging in there. Welcome back, Eagle. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm still here. I got a couple of things to talk about, Steve. Trucking industry-wise. I'll talk about the truck driving things that's going on in the last couple of weeks. As you know, Steve, Amazon is contracting their work out to some bogus companies. Guys, you see guys riding around with these taped on company names. They're using masking tape, and then they're using the fake DOT numbers. You see these guys riding around with. You know, you could tell the trucks that they driving is garbage. You know, a lot of these guys that are, you know, Amazon, they ought to be embarrassed, Steve. You see an Amazon, you know, Amazon, you know, it's got to have some expensive goods in the back of that trailer, and then you see the truck that's pulling that trailer. It might have two different colors on the truck. It might be green on one side and blue on the other side. Got damage on the truck. You know, it's basically a rolling piece of garbage. You know, how they got how it passes inspection, I still don't know. And then you look at the individual as he drives by you or you drive by him, and he got his feet up on the dashboard with a pair of flip flops on. You know, doing his thing. Got some headphones on, not even listening to the damn road, Stevie. Rolling down the interstate with a pair of headphones on like you wearing in your studio right now. You know, if a damn ambulance, I've seen them guys, Steve, they'll be rolling. What'd you say?
Oh, I'm just listening. We got you.
Oh, yeah, I'm on the road now. Yeah, they'll be rolling down the road, Steve, with headphones on. An ambulance or a fire truck come up on them. They don't even know the damn fire truck rolling behind them because they got the music blasting. They having a good old time rolling down the interstate. Not a care in the world. And the traffic come to a stop, and you see what happens. The result, they keep on driving right over the top of somebody that's sitting there. You're coming up on Memorial Day, another holiday. Cars gonna be on the road. Families gonna be on the road. And guess what? Amazon gonna be out there too. So you better keep a real close eye on it, because I know I do. Yeah, I told you that a couple of weeks ago, Steve. If I see an Amazon truck in my mirrors, behind me, I move over to the next lane. Let him go on by, let him do his thing. I don't want no part of no Amazon truck. He can go on down the road, and I'll go and I'll do my thing. He'll do his thing, because I don't trust these people that they have operating their vehicles. And you know, the attitude that they have. This is another thing I don't like, Steve, is the attitude of these people. Like I heard a guy say on another radio show that I listened to, just a regular talk show during the day. You know, these people should be happy that they're in America, Steve. Happy that they have the opportunity to live in the U.S., the greatest country in the world. You would think they would be happy, to have a big smile on their face. But a lot of these guys are mad and angry. It's like they hate being in the United States. They hate being here. You know, it's like they act like they doing the USA a favor by no. Well, I got news for them. They're not doing nobody. They're definitely not doing me a favor, because they can go right back where the hell they come from. Because see, it don't work like that with me, Steve. These guys need to appreciate that they live in this country, and they got the opportunity. I guarantee you, they're making more money than they ever thought about making, in wherever the hell they come from. Bet you that, and they ought to be happy about it, and they ought to be appreciate what America has given them. So that's the biggest problems that I'm having, Steve, is the attitude of these individuals and the recklessness. You know, when you go through a red light, mean red, Steve. It means stop. It don't mean stop when you want to stop. That's one of the worst things you can do in an 18-wheeler is run a red light with an 80,000-pound vehicle, and the bad things happen when you run red lights in a truck. So they don't care about a red light. They don't care about a stop sign. They don't care about no signs. It might, like one guy said, maybe they don't know what it means. Maybe they don't understand the English language. Maybe that's why they don't stop. But they need to learn what it means, because too many people are losing their lives, Steve, and it needs to come to a stop. Like I said, hopefully Trump and his people will crack down on these trucks. Like I said, they hard to find, these guys out on the road. They stand out like a sore thumb
these bogus guys riding. You can tell the guys that don't need to be out on the road with the old equipment that they're driving. Like I said, 2 different colors of paint on their truck and the fake numbers that they got riding around. You can tell who need to be here and who don't need. So if the DOT really want to do their job and get these people off the road, then that's what they need to do, Steve, to make America safe again. Because it wasn't like this when I started driving back in the 90s, the late 90s. The roads was not a killing zone like they are right now. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of months with this situation. Hopefully they'll get it under control. Get capable drive. They say there's a driving shortage. We don't have no driving shortage in America. Just like Grump said a couple of nights ago, Steve, we got plenty of people to operate these trucks, but they're giving the opportunity to the people that don't deserve them. That's what's going on. We got guys sitting at home right now that need to be driving a truck, but that opportunity was given to a man from another country due to called the Joe Biden. So is what you call cheap labor. That's what you call it, and they chose cheap labor over safety, and you see what happens when you see what happens, Steve, when you choose cheap labor over safety. You get what you got right now, a killing field on American roads. So all I can say coming up on Memorial Day, I'll call back tomorrow, is God bless America, and hopefully everybody makes it to their destination safe on Memorial Day. Because believe me, there's some dangerous people out here on these roads. And I thank you for taking my call.
And as far as the English language proficiency, Transportation Secretary addressed that yesterday. Making sure truck drivers can read traffic signs and communicate with law enforcement is critical to highway safety. The press conference that was held this past day in Austin, Texas, Duffy announced that the Department of Transportation will begin enforcing the existing regulation that requires commercial driver's license holders to demonstrate English proficiency. It started with the folks at OOIDA that got the ball rolling back in March. They were in attendance this past day. I saw Todd Spencer in the photo next to Duffy there to support the DOT's efforts. Federal law has always been very clear. Commercial drivers must be proficient in English, says Duffy. English is the language of opportunity in America. Allowing drivers who cannot read signs or understand police officers' instructions to operate an 80,000-pound big rig threatens the safety of everyone. There have been numerous examples across the country where we've had people operating this kind of equipment who cannot speak the language, and the results have been devastating and taking the lives of so many Americans. That's going to end right now, says Duffy.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is speaking before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to discuss his department's proposed budget request. One of the biggest priorities for the current administration, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
All you need is time to be able to enrich at a higher level. And they've already proven the ability to enrich at a higher level. In fact, they have and are doing so now. In fact, their legislative branch passed a law requiring them to break JCPOA and enrich way beyond, well beyond 60%. So you're absolutely right. About 90% of the work of enrichment is getting to that 3.67 level. After that, the rest of it is just a matter of time.
Severe weather is threatening almost 60 million people in the central and southern United States. States like Kentucky and Tennessee, along with parts of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama, are most likely to see thunderstorms starting in the afternoon and going throughout the night. The storms may bring large hail, heavy winds, and potential tornadoes. Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says the Sunshine State is ready for hurricane season and will rely on itself, not the federal government, if a major storm hits.
Governor DeSantis says he assumes FEMA will not be there to handle the core things that people need after a storm.
We've never relied on FEMA for any of that here in the state of Florida. It's our responsibility to lead at the state, working with our great folks at the local level.
He says the state will be there to provide for the needs of Floridians. Meanwhile, President Trump is overhauling FEMA, calling it a disaster. And a report found the agency is not ready for hurricane season. Karen Curtis, Miami.
Department of Transportation crews in New Jersey will be reopening 2 eastbound lanes on Interstate 80 late tomorrow night in Morris County. 80 has been shut down completely because of several sinkholes and extensive repairs in the area. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
The mayor of St. Louis says sirens weren't activated before a deadly tornado last Friday because of human failure.
St. Louis Mayor Kara Spencer said a button to sound the sirens was not pushed after the tornado warning was issued.
A human failure, a failure in protocol to get the sirens up and running, to let the community know that there was a massive weather event hitting our community.
5 people were killed in the tornado and over 30 injured. Spencer said activating the sirens would now be the sole responsibility of the fire department going forward. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
With oil prices hovering $60, $63 a barrel, travelers are seeing lower prices at the gas pump ahead of the Memorial Day weekend compared to this time last year.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of regular gas in the U.S. is $3.17. That's compared to an average price of $3.59 a year ago. Mississippi is seeing the cheapest gas at $2.66 a gallon, while California has the most expensive at $4.89 a gallon. AAA forecast more than 39 million people will travel by car this holiday weekend. I'm Michael Kastner.
The Department of Health and Human Services is terminating another $60 million in grants to Harvard University. HHS announced yesterday it will be cutting funding due to the university's continued failure to address racism and harassment of students. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Final hour here, finishing up on the English proficiency thing, which, again, has been dominating industry headlines for several weeks. And the actual transportation secretary this past day said, that's going to end right now. And we know the history. It's not something new. This is not some idea from Trump or this new administration. The regulation that requires the English proficiency, it's been on the books since 1936. But it started 20 years ago, 2005. The CVSA considered non-compliance with the regulation not an out-of-service violation. Or should I take that back? In 2005, it was considered a non-compliance with an out-of-service. That changed in 2015, 10 years ago. 2015, that's when they dropped it from the out-of-service criteria. Of course, earlier this year, the CVSA was petitioned once again to take violators off the road. Then the executive order from President Trump on April 28th, after which the CVSA voted 2 days later to reinstate the out-of-service order and shore up CDL testing standards. Adding to Trump's executive order, the DOT is issuing new guidance aimed with enforcing the regulation. And that's where Duffy was speaking yesterday. We're here to restore common sense and safety to our roadways. For too long, misguided policies have prioritized political correctness over the safety of the American people. We are issuing new guidance that ensures a driver who cannot understand English will not drive a commercial vehicle in this country, period, full stop. Enforcing out-of-service violations is about preventing tragedies and saving lives. Delivering remarks as well this past day, as I mentioned, Todd Spencer was actually there, and he said there is no margin for error when it comes to driving a heavy-duty truck. 80,000-pound vehicles through all kinds of terrain, steep mountain passes, narrow turns, busy city streets. The only thing separating safe trips from deadly ones can be a simple road sign in many cases. These signs are not suggestions. They're warnings. They save lives, but only if they're understood. That's why this is not some bureaucratic requirement. It's a life and death safety standard. Truckers have to be able to read road signs, communicate with law enforcement, respond in emergencies. And when that does not happen, people get hurt. So we've kind of come full circle there, right? Good morning, Hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, yeah, I still hadn't seen any report there on the winds and for the damage in Baltimore, but they did say that the Merritt Athletic Club there had its roof torn off, so that was a pretty substantial-sized building that had that. So if you say there was a couple of tornadoes, that would definitely explain the tree damage and the roof coming off the building and that. But that was about all I see for, what they showed on the news of damage and stuff. So anyway there, so hey, earlier there you talked about a guy that hooked up his mobile home to his, did you say a Ford Expedition, I believe?
Correct.
And was towing it down the road. And now, did you say that the CVSA came out and inspected him with that deal?
Commercial vehicle enforcement. Commercial vehicle enforcement, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, the thing is that you can't really have the regular DOT inspection like we would, because probably he wouldn't have a DOT number on the side of his own personal excursion or expedition there. Now, he does have to be in compliance of all weights and measures and, what the vehicle registration weight is, and what manufacturers, what drawbar weight, tongue weight and all that, you got to be in compliant with all that. So
trust me, he didn't have any of that. This expedition was beat all to hell. It was a rattle trap. And I don't know how he even got the thing to move the mobile home at all. I mean, the back end was totally bottomed out from all the weight.
Yeah. Well, where I'm trying to go with this is that, like my old tandem axle 359 Pete there, it's pretty much got the same gross weight that a 10-wheel dump truck would have. I'm good for 55,000 pounds. So even though it's looking a little rough and kind of farm truckish, it's still a safe, sound truck. But due to the fact I have historic tags and I do not carry DOT numbers on it, if I have to go through the state scales. If scales are open, I actually have to go into the scales with it. But the only thing they can do is weigh me. The federal CVSA cannot inspect my truck because it does not have a DOT number on the side of it. So that's it. If there's something with state that the state wants to try to do, they can try to do a little more. But as far as the federal, CVSA without having the DOT number on the side of the truck, they really don't have any authority. It's just like people with motorhomes and that go, there's because these big bus-sized motorhomes and all that are actually supposed to stop at the scales in Maryland because they're more than 5 tons, because that's the signs say all vehicles over 5 tons are supposed to enter the weigh station. So that means if people with the U-Haul trucks and the Penske rental trucks that are moving their own personal household goods and all that, all of those are supposed to come in the scale for weights and measures. And but again, they don't qualify for the CVSA,
Gotcha.
Commercial inspection.
Well, I pulled the story back up, and it says commercial vehicle inspector showed up along with the Missouri State Highway Patrol. The driver was issued 5 citations for various issues, including width and length violations.
And that would all be under state violations. There would be weights and measures. So he's over dimensioned and without permits and
right.
And probably overweight and over registration and but I don't know who the commercial motor vehicle enforcement, because there's state commercial motor vehicle enforcement and then there's federal, the CVSA, and that's where that comes. Hey, did you realize, to switch here a little bit, did you realize that airline pilots that travel the whole world actually have to speak the English language the language that's used for the towers to pilots is English, and then all pilots have to be able to communicate in English. Did you know that?
I did realize that. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think Monkey Gouger brought that up here a month or two ago, that airline pilots have to be able to speak English. and I don't care. I don't care what country they're from. They do have to be able to speak English.
No. Yep. If you're from Japan or China or Mongolia or Tasmania, everybody has to speak English to be able to have their pilot's license to fly. So, but anyways, with that, I thought I'd throw that out there and see if I could light your lines up there, talking about what can be inspected, who can be inspected, what can't be inspected, and anyways, as I say, my old truck with historic tags there, I get exempted from inspection with that. So, but as I say, I just have to stay within weights and measures, so I can't be over dimension and I can't be overweight, for what the weight ratings are, and I don't get to drive across 5-ton bridges that when I'm weighing 50,000 pounds. But anyways, hey, with all that nonsense there, I guess we'll let you get out and see if we can find anybody else out there.
All right, we're ready to roll. And now, your first question was about the tornadoes there in Baltimore. WBAL, several WBAL TV viewers sent photos to 11 News showing trees down in large hail across the viewing area. Damage reports came in from Canton to Dundalk, including, I think you mentioned the Merritt's Clubs. The Merritt Club's Canton, which has been condemned after part of the roof came off. A video from a viewer shows that the inside of the building, what it looked like after the roof fell off, which showed water pouring down walls, drenching equipment, flooding the floor. A lifeguard at Merritt was filling in for a friend on the rooftop pool deck when the storm and all its fury tore the place apart. He said, we were definitely scared. The sky was just green. It was really windy, lightning everywhere. She said she kept her cool and stayed focused. She had to get a reluctant crowd on the pool deck to evacuate. She said they were still ordering food and were just like, they were staying to eat. And they're saying, well, we've seen the Twister movies. We've seen how tornadoes work. I said, well, that's not how it works. You got to get off the roof. Soon, a portion of the gym's roof blew off. She and several of her co-workers were still on the roof, huddled in a small closet and facing a difficult choice to take the elevator down or run to the stairs on the opposite side. Deck chairs in the pool, but amazingly, the important thing, everybody made it out. All the cabana tarps were ripped off. You were trying to hold on to the doors, but the doors that were in the room we were in just swung open. And then over at the Pimlico Racecourse in northwest Baltimore, WBAL news anchor reported that race officials there had to actually evacuate the track and had everyone that was there to shelter in place in the grandstand area because that was during the Black-Eyed Susan Day races. Leading up to the Preakness, I guess they did say the races indeed resumed after the storm, but it'd be kind of scary to be out there at the Pimlico. Hey there, blind man. That kind of answers your question from last evening.
Yes, it did. And I live in Silver Spring, Maryland, just across the D.C. line. So, we got a lot of noisy thunder and some lightning, but as my friend Nick says, they got the worst of it, being northeast. That's where Baltimore is as far as I'm concerned. But anyhow, I just couldn't sleep last night. I had a restless leg, and I thought I heard a hippopotamus in his truck driving on the Beltway, maybe. Be fun if he could come and visit me. Gilligan did visit me one time, but he just wants to stay out of the D.C. area. He does not like traveling. And I said, don't worry, you won't go into Washington, D.C. You'll stay in Maryland. And he said, okay, I'll come and see you. And he did a few years ago. That was a nice visit. And let's see what else has been going on. I've been having restless leg syndrome all night long because I never got any sleep, so I was able to hear a lot of your show, which was very, very interesting. I'm just wondering how the economy is doing. Are you seeing more people out working? It's going to be interesting in June when they announce the unemployment numbers for the month of May. And I bet a lot of new jobs were created. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a high number. I'm hoping that people are waking up and realizing how bad the Democrats really are, especially our lovely Senator Chris Van Hollen. What a piece of work he turned out to be. And I hope he gets arrested for something. I don't know what. And those 3 women up in New Jersey, I hope they throw the book at them as well, especially that one congresswoman that did the body slam.
Yeah, I know that they've officially brought her up on charges yesterday or the day before, whatever it was.
Yeah. I really hope they throw the book. These radical Democrats, they got nothing people want to vote for. I mean, all they do is scream and complain about everything. I got a neighbor that is a Democrat, and she's always complaining to me. And I say, if you don't like it, just leave. I like to get out of the state of Maryland. They're talking about raising taxes again. That's all they do, raise taxes.
Right.
And they wonder why people are leaving Maryland. Because I think I got an opportunity to get out of here. I just have to talk to my financial advisor. I'm supposed to have some major surgery coming up in a not too distant future. So I'll be in Virginia for that part, and I hope that this major surgery I'm going to have will get rid of the catheter I have once and for all.
That would be a good thing. Well, keep us up to
Yes,
date
it
there,
would.
Blind Man. You appreciate you chiming in here on a hump day morning. We'll return after this to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
So they had this group of sleep specialists, or a sleep therapist in Utah, talking about a study that found small bouts of light exercise in the evening can help promote more restful sleep. And where you live could affect how you sleep at night. Now, why would that be? New research from Interbody revealed that some areas of the country are more sleep-deprived than others. The study used data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and other benchmarks from the 100 most populous cities in the country, ranking each on sleep duration and sleep quality. For each city, the researchers analyzed the prevalence of 5 different metrics: physical activity, obesity, alcohol consumption, mental distress, and noise and light pollution, all of which can impact sleep quality. The top 10 most sleep-deprived cities in America, according to the study. Starting at number 10. Bottom of the list here, Memphis, Tennessee. Now, of course, this is the top 10 out of 100 cities. At number 9, Cleveland, Ohio. Followed by Laredo, Texas. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at number 7. Indianapolis, Indiana at number 6. Cincinnati, Ohio, hello, at number 5. Toledo, Ohio at 4, Detroit, Michigan, New Orleans, Louisiana at number 2, and the most sleep-deprived city in America, Norfolk, Virginia. Now, the researchers noted that many of these cities are in, you notice, the eastern half of the country, and the state of Ohio multiple times appearing on the list, while these cities ranked as the most overall sleep-deprived. Honolulu, Hawaii placed number 1 for the worst sleep duration, with more than 42% of adults getting fewer than 7 hours of sleep per night. That is then followed by Norfolk, Virginia, New Orleans, Detroit, and Huntsville, Alabama. Sleep duration pulled out separately from the other metrics that they used there, but it was the 2-time world champion bull hauler that shared that on my overnight drive page, saying, well, this must be why Steve's up all night. Cincinnati, Ohio. Yeah, I would be definitely considered sleep deprived, I would think.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is speaking before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to discuss his department's proposed budget request. One of the biggest priorities for the current administration Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
All you need is time to be able to enrich at a higher level. And they've already proven the ability to enrich at a higher level. In fact, they have, and are doing so now. In fact, their legislative branch passed a law requiring them to break JCPOA and enrich way beyond, well beyond 60%.
Severe weather is threatening almost 60 million people in the central and southern United States. States like Kentucky and Tennessee, along with parts of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama, are most likely to see thunderstorms starting in the afternoon and going throughout the night. The storms may bring large hail, heavy winds, and potential tornadoes. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy. Or
Ashley Gold lose so much
you're
weight.
happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
couple of other interesting tidbits we'll get to coming up here in our final segment. Word this past day is the U.S. Air Force is actually looking in, exploring what would it take to turn an already heavily modified 747 AI airliner from Qatar to turn it into a platform that could meet the extremely stringent requirements to serve as Air Force One. It's been a very controversial issue, right? It's not a gift to Trump. It's a gift to the United States. And also, President Trump announcing this past day plans for something they're referencing as a Golden Dome. Yeah, we're all familiar with what is known as the Iron Dome, the defense system, which has protected Israel over the years and other countries as well, with the United States' ingenuity from incoming missile attacks. The Golden Dome would take it to the next level to protect the United States of America. Again, more on that coming up. First, let's get to the CNI dog this morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to go back. To 2008 when I started noticing the roads getting a little bit more difficult to drive on. One of the things I noticed is you get behind somebody and they'll drop their speed, so you go past them, and then you get pinned out in the left lane.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that created a lot of ire with the general public. Later on, I did call OOIDA twice and said that things are changing out here. So that way you can look into it, and not much happened at that time. I even talked to my employer about, have you been seeing the roads getting more and more difficult? And on the side, they said, yeah, we noticed that, you got to be careful out there because it's getting bad. I'm glad that they're doing something now. I'm glad that they're looking into it. I'm not blaming anybody in particular. I think a lot of people, instead of being logical about driving, logical behavior, a lot of them are being emotional about it. How does it make you feel and stuff like that. I think we should be more logical and, is this a safe way to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Should I wait a little bit longer and all that stuff? Yeah. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm happy to hear Ranger talking out there. I'll keep praying for you, Ranger. I do have one more. I was telling you I was getting an oil change, and I was going to put some Hot Shot Secret in there. I did that on Monday, and they poured the stuff in there, and I was talking to the lady at the counter, and she goes, I use this in my diesel. I didn't know you could put it in a gasoline powered vehicle. And then I saw that light bulb go over her head. Of course, imaginary. And I'm pretty sure she's going to look into that. So I do enjoy the show. What's your opinion about the roads? I know we've talked about that to no end, but do you think it'll get better?
I think we need less governed trucks versus more governed trucks. The turtle races, I see that. The one thing when I'm on the interstates is the governed truck trying to pass another governed truck, and all those four-wheelers and other trucks, ended up being stacked up behind them. And when the one does finally get over, then everybody's in a big hurry to switch in lanes, trying to get around the damn trucks. I think that's one of the biggest problems out there.
I agree 100%. Totally. All right, I'll enjoy the rest of the show, and I'll be listening tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Aside from that, there's something missing in people these days, and it's called patience. Everybody's in a hurry. Gotta go. Especially when and I'm so glad I don't have to deal with the morning rush traffic. It seems like everybody and their brother is late getting out the door, right? Should have been gone 10 or 15 minutes ago. So then they're trying to haul ass to make up for that lost time because they don't want to be late. Can't be late. Well, get out the door early enough, and you won't have to be doing 90 mile an hour to get to work. And the kind of things that you see every single day. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. Back to the U.S. Air Force. The Trump administration did apparently confirm that they've been in talks with the authorities in Qatar about receiving this jet as ostensibly a gift. TWZ highlighted some serious questions, though, about the feasibility. What's it going to cost to convert that jet to an interim Air Force One, especially before the end of the second term here in 2029? Secretary of the Air Force, Troy Meinke, who was just sworn in a few days ago on the 16th, as well as the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force General David Alvin, were answering questions about the potential of turning this Qatari 747 into an Air Force One presidential aircraft. Now, they were being questioned by members of the Senate Armed Services Committee yesterday. Now, as you know, any platform used for presidential travel must be fully secure, survivable, and this is the important part, capable of supporting uninterrupted command and control under the most demanding conditions in the event of a nuclear crisis. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, in the lead into a question for Mikey and Alvin about the proposed conversation. This isn't just about ensuring presidential protection. That's a very important issue, but this is about national security and protecting all Americans from dangers posed if the president's sensitive communications are intercepted. And if he's out of contact, God forbid, with our nation's military during a crisis. Now, General Alvin and Secretary Meinke, do you concur that the upgrades required for a foreign-provided plane to meet the operational security standards of Air Force One would be significant? So, Secretary of Defense Hegseth has directed the Air Force to basically start planning to modify the aircraft, said Mikey. We'll have to look at all those issues you just addressed in the modifications. Alvin responded that he's pretty much in alignment with his position. Any civilian aircraft would take significant modifications to turn it into a suitable Air Force One. As I said, we're asked, based on the Defense Secretary's direction, we're postured, and we're looking at it right now. What's it going to take for that particular aircraft? Now, work on VC-25Bs. That's Boeing already processing the conversion of two 747AIs originally built into new VC-25B Air Force One aircraft. They were never delivered to the intended customer, and they're not as heavily modified to start with as the plane from Qatar in question. Boeing stopped producing 747s entirely in 2022. Now, there's certainly differences in the requirements for the VC-25Bs compared to the existing VC-25A. Air Force One jets, which are based on an older 747-200 aircraft, most notably the replacement presidential planes, would not be able to refuel in flight, at least as far as is currently known. And that's something that is seen as a vital feature, especially in the event of a severe contingency. Do I have your commitment that you would advise the president not to reduce any requirements that would lower operational security for any craft to be used as Air Force One? And Mike, you said, I'll be quite clear and discuss that with Secretary of Defense, up to the President if necessary. If we feel there's any threats that we're unable to address, there's so much that would be entailed to do this process. Converting any aircraft into one that is secure enough to provide safe transport for the President, as well as allow for constant communication, including if they need to order a nuclear strike, is a complex process. The aircraft has to be physically hardened inside and out against a number of various threats, from possibly the electromagnetic pulse of a nuclear weapon going off, to incoming surface-to-air missiles, to enemy intelligence gathering efforts. This, in turn, requires lots of modifications, right down to the aircraft's core structure. That is highlighted by the tight controls around sourcing spares for the existing VC-25As. There are specific processes around vetting individual parts to protect against any sort of espionage or sabotage, even worse. So I don't know, where's the cost estimate's going to come in? They're just looking at it right now, but some others have said it could cost maybe double the cost of the $400 million that the plane's worth just to retrofit it. Is that a wise use of the taxpayer dollars is the question. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I thank you for taking my call. Yeah, that's a lot goes into that plane, a lot more than we will ever know.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that is top secret. It's that isn't just the 747 you see flying into your local airport. That's for sure. Did I hear Rambler earlier, right? He said that something about Phoenix Lights. Did he get abducted by another Bigfoot and a UFO during that thing happening back there in the 90s?
It's been a few years ago. I don't know if he was a part of that.
Yeah, I'm wondering. He brought it up. I mean, Rambler, I just remember Rambler. I never twist anything. I just, ask Heatwave. He'll tell you. I never twist anything. Steve, I've got a friend that listened to you for years. He's out in Norfolk. I'm not gonna give his name. I've been encouraging the call. He told him he needs to get his $60 code. I mean, this guy's driving around a 76 Ford Maverick with a 256 cylinder in it. I don't think there's any rings left in it. The seat's partially fallen through the floorboard, but it'd have to do it some good. I don't know about these people. Come on now. Call in, get your $60 code. Even if you run an old Maverick, it's got to help. It can't hurt, that's for sure. That was my first car, was a 70 Maverick. So I know them. They ain't the best cars in the world, as most people know. Well, he also made a request. He's been asking me, and I encourage others to do the same, talk about the old trucking stories. Now, my first ride in the truck, and I asked other listeners to give them their first experience in a tractor trailer. My first experience, it had to be 75, 76, and no later than 77, because my two uncles, they sold their 53 Audi car when they changed careers. They was hauling timber, they was cutting timber, hauled pulpwood with it and stuff. I got to ride a couple miles down a county road there where I lived, where I growed up. And this old 53 Audi car had a steel flatbed hooked to it, 40-foot steel flatbed. My one uncle, I asked him, I said, what motor was in that thing? Oh, it had a big motor. Had a 220 Cummins in it. And my other uncle, he'd leave to go to Luke, Maryland, which is, I'm not sure. I mean, you probably drive it an hour and a half. Maybe a little more, but not much today. When it would come winter time, he'd have to take either pulpwood or cross ties or whatever to the paper mill over in Luke. he'd leave at daylight, and he'd get back just before dark in the wintertime, and he had to get home before dark because the headlights of that old Audi car didn't work too well. the old electrical system in it.
Right.
Now, I should have learned my lesson about trucking with my first experience with a tractor trailer. There's a nice little hill there, right there beside where they parked it. It was at the bottom of the hill. This will tell you how many years ago you met me. I'm not a little man. Haven't been since I was in my late 20s. I really started, early 30s, I started putting on some weight. I'm riding down that hill on my big wheel. My feet slipped off the pedals, and I run underneath the trailer of that thing and cut my head wide open. You know, you think I'd have learned my lesson with my first experience with a truck. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, you should have learned.
Well, should have learned. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm a hop off here. I really don't have anything important, but I want to encourage others to tell us your stories, your first experience around trucks. I mean, I remember one of the neighbors had trucks when I was a kid. He had a small trucking company. He passed away a few years ago. I've been around trucks pretty much my whole life, and I started this later. I was 32 when I got my CDLs, but you know, I'd always been fascinated with it. I guess I decided to make the plunge a little later than most of your listeners. Hope everybody has a safe night. Take care.
Safe travels out there, Gilligan. And, well, there's morning, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Well, I decided I had to buy another hot rod, so I'm headed up to Racine, Wisconsin to go pick it up.
Really?
A little bit risky 2 days out of chemo, but other than some soreness in my back, I'm okay. But I want to throw something at you real quick. I've been trying to go to Bear Walls because I remember the burden that I had when my dad passed away. He was a big pack rat like me, and it took me a year to get all the buildings cleared out with the car parts and whatnot. So I've been trying to, get rid of stuff now just in case. And I was going through some old papers and stuff, and I found an old composition book where I used to write down my top 10 list.
Yes.
And this thing went back to, I guess, 2003 was when I started listening to the show, because that's when I started working nights. And I'm reading. Most of them are pretty goofy, but we're going back. Harold Sizemore is in one of them, and of course Stormy, my favorite. She's in a few of them, and some people aren't even with us anymore. So I dug it out, and maybe once in a while I'll call in and reminisce with one of them once in a while. But, yeah, it's raining like crazy. I'm up on 80 here in Pennsylvania. It's raining like crazy, so I'll be in rain most of the way, it looks like. And this is an open car. It's a 29 Ford Roadster, so I got to figure out a way to get it covered up to get it home so it don't get wet.
Oh, boy.
But I just want to check in real quick. And, yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm feeling okay. But got up early. It's probably about a 13-hour drive. I got a room up there. I'll just get a good rest and then load up in the morning and come back home. So that's it. So wishing everybody safe trip, safe travels, and I'll talk to you later.
Sounds like your forecast there, of course, in the Northeast is going to be soggy for several days ahead anyway. So, yeah, nothing like playing in the rain. Let's see. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family in the house, Striker?
Well, hanging with them, I guess you could say. Hanging with them, taking it one day at a time.
Did you see where the bloodhound found the little autistic girl in the waist-deep water this week?
I don't think I caught that story.
I think I heard it on Tom yesterday on WLW, but it was a pup, and this little autistic girl, I think she's only like 2 years old. They found her out, and she was standing in waist-deep water, and I thought of Stryker. And I thought that also we could have used Stryker down in New Orleans to chase them bad guys. What do you think about that?
I think they could use some assistance because I haven't seen any update. They arrested like the fourth suspect the day before yesterday. I haven't seen any updates whether I guess the other 6 are still on the lam.
And there's not one word about any bloodhounds or any kind of dogs tracing those guys. Down in Arkansas and Alabama and Mississippi, when bad guys got out, bloodhounds went to work.
They did.
You mentioned Huntsville, Alabama, on your show just a few minutes ago. Have you ever been to Huntsville?
That I have not. I don't think I've been to Birmingham. I've been to Talladega.
I used to haul parts into Huntsville. They had a GMC had a gear factory there. And then I would bobtail over to the motel. And it started raining one day, and they have this red mud that washes up on the streets, and it is slicker than glass. And there was fire trucks and ambulances almost on every corner. I don't know how them people survive hard rains in Huntsville, Alabama. It is a sight to behold. I enjoyed your show. Thank you for the gas extreme that keeps my F-150 a purring, 210,000 miles. Talk to you down the road.
Have a great day there, Daryl. Thank you for checking in this morning. So that was in the state of Maine, I guess late last week. I kind of missed that over the weekend. State police in Maine say one of their bloodhounds, Millie, indeed helped find a missing 5-year-old girl with autism. Found her in a swamp. About 5:30 in the afternoon in the woods. The girl was reportedly found waist deep in the water, as Daryl said. Thankfully not hurt. Police say Millie, along with her handler, Corporal Eric Saucy, and the game warden, tracked the girl's scent from her home to the swamp that was almost 2,000 feet away. Millie's only 10 months old, as she's already proven herself time and time again. So there you go. Bloodhounds. Yes, they've got an incredible nose. All right, lastly, real quick, like we don't have much time to get into it. We'll save most of this maybe for our program there on Thursday morning. President Trump announcing the concept that he wants for his future Golden Dome missile defense program. A multi-layered $175 billion system that for the first time will actually put U.S. weapons in space. Trump said he expects the system will be fully operational before the end of his term, that's 2029, and have the capability of intercepting missiles even if they're launched from space. Okay, kind of like taking the Iron Dome system, as we said, there in Israel to a much greater level, but something that could potentially protect the entire U.S. of A. All right, thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Hump Day. We'll see you back tonight for our next edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,